Good morning, everybody. Are we ready to start recording? Thanks very much. Is everybody comfortable? Good. Well, hello, welcome back. My name's Glenn Rawlings, and the Old Kent Road Area Action Plan Examination hearing session is resuming for its final day. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan and report to the Council in due course. Can everybody hear me okay? Thanks. Now we're on a PA system today. There is a slight echo, so there may be times when I ask you to slow down a little in your delivery because with the echo it's a little bit difficult to pick things up sometimes. Also, the microphones need to be pointed quite close to the mouth to pick up everything. So if you're turning to face me, just be mindful of the microphone position, please. A reminder that we're being live streamed, recorded, YouTubed, TikToked, whatever. We are live, so and available to watch back. A reminder for everyone to switch off their mobile phones, please. Thank you. I'm going to run through just a couple of housekeeping points. We went through a detailed opening on day one that set out both myself and Ms Jones, the Program Officer sitting to my right, roles in examining the plan. I don't intend to go through any of that again. All the information is on the guidance note, which is on the inquiry website. A reminder that the purpose of the examination is to help me decide if the plan submitted in November 2025 is legally compliant and sound, and if not, how it could be modified to ensure that it is. This session, like the others, will take the form of a structured discussion of the matters set out in the agenda, which we published on Monday afternoon. And this morning, we're dealing with the remaining sites, sub-area 3, 4 and 5. That's matter 8 in my agenda. As before, I'll start each item with some questions for the Council, and when I've heard the responses to those, I'll invite contributions from others. Sometimes it can take a little bit of time, so I ask for patience from those around the table, especially as we have a larger number of participants today. If you wish to speak, place your nameplate on its end, like that, and I will get to you, hopefully soon after you upend your Toblerone there. Please focus your comments on the questions and specific points made by others. I'll ask for each contribution to be as concise as possible and focused to allow everybody the chance to speak if they wish on a particular issue. No need to repeat or summarise what you've written in your representations or written statements as I've read them in detail. Similarly, there's no need for you to echo anyone else's comments or say that you agree with somebody else. I would also ask that participants don't read out pre-prepared statements as they're unlikely to be focused in response to the matters being discussed at that particular time. I'll give the Council the chance to sum up at the end of each item on the agenda. And I would like to stress that it's important to me that everybody makes the points that they wish to today. So there won't be opportunities to add to the evidence given to these sessions unless we specifically ask for it. And after the close of today, in which we expect to conclude the sitting sessions of the examination, there won't be the opportunity to submit any further written evidence unless it's part of a formal consultation or I request it. Those in the audience, you'll be aware of the procedures. I don't normally ask for contributions from the audience. Thanks very much. And as with the other sessions, if we identify that main modifications are required or that further work needs to be carried out by the Council, I'll make that clear. There is an ongoing note of the modifications that we've agreed so far, which also include the modifications that the Council prepared before the sitting sessions, and that is on the Council website at EX05. If you're having trouble finding it, as we did with the first day, it's not under the EIP documents at the moment. It's right at the top of the page before the EIP documents. And that also sets, there's also some documents on there setting out the action points from each of the sitting days that we've had so far. The Council's website is a little slow to update, so we don't have the hearing actions from yesterday yet, but if anything relevant comes up, I'll let people know at that point. I'm going to return to EX05 in a moment, so it might be useful to have that document open. Okay, we'll have a break. We'll aim to finish at around 1:30, but it's a bit flexible today. If we need a little bit longer to run into lunch break, then that's fine, because there's a wrap-up session with the council afterwards, which people are able to observe if they wish, rather than participate. That'll be a fairly short session, so there's flexibility. We won't be anywhere near 5 p.m. at the end of the day. We'll finish quite a way before that, I would expect. But we will have a comfort break at around 11 o'clock. Good. Okay, are there any questions? Thanks very much. I hope you've managed to, well, you've obviously managed to find the venue okay. Everyone familiar with the toilet locations? Okay, thanks. Any fire alarms, anything like that proposed today? Okay, thanks a lot. Good. I received a statement from Save Old Kent Road supported by the Southwark Law Centre. I've got that, thank you very much. I'm going to speak with the council about that this afternoon, but is there anything you wish to add on behalf of Save Old Kent Road, Mr Browley? Thanks very much. Okay, I've introduced you already, but I'll give others around the table the chance to introduce themselves as well, starting with the council, please.
I'm Tim Cutts, I'm Head of Regeneration for Old Kent Road.
Good morning, Pen Chong, Team Leader at Old Kent Road team.
Good morning, Colin Wilson, Assistant Director for Strategic Development at Southwark.
Mike Levitt, Ormside Projects, Arts and Music Venue.
Mark Brearley, on behalf of Save Old Kent Road, Professor of Urbanism, Southwark Land Commission, proprietor of KMET, its factory over the road, Vital OKR Business Association, and formerly Head of Design for London.
Hello, Katia Mawson from Planning Potential, here on behalf of Safe Store.
My name is Roy Carl from NTA Planning, and we're representing the owners of 28 to 32 Ruby Street.
Morning, hi all. Hannah Maria Square, Planning Associate at Savills, representing industrial property investment funds who have an interest in Bermondsey Trading Estates and Gallywall Trading Estates.
Great. Ms Cahoon, welcome. Do you want a chance to get comfortable, get seated before you speak? Okay, thanks. I'll introduce you for everyone. In that case, we've just been joined by Caitlin Cahoon from the Southwark Law Centre. Thank you. Now, are there any housekeeping matters that we need to go through? I've mentioned the statement submitted by Save Old Kent Road, and that, if you haven't seen it already, relates to the Qualities Impact Assessment. Good, thank you. Okay, I mentioned that I have everybody's hearings and that I will address a point in EX05, and the specific point that I wanted to just draw to everyone's attention was a proposed modification, main modification 19. Now, there are plenty of comments from people here today about the flexibility or the flexible nature of the proposed master plans and seeking proposed modifications. We have spoken about that previously, and there is a master plan, an AAP1 proposed modification which deals with the overall principle of the master planning, arising from day 3. Have you all got main modification 19 to hand? Okay, I'll read through it. So, as written, the policy AAP1 said that further detail on the design and layout of streets, parks and buildings is provided in the sub-area sections of the AAP, and the following is proposed to be added. The master plans in the sub-area sections provide a framework within which designers and landowners can work to help deliver the objectives of the AAP. The master plans are intended to provide clarity whilst also striking the right balance between instruction and flexibility so that they can robustly manage change over the whole plan period. As such, they are not intended to be absolutely prescriptive, but the key principles that they describe will be expected to be delivered. And as I've stated, if you could just bear that in mind. Thank you. Okay, turning to the agenda. I note that there are other modifications proposed within the modifications list relating to these sites, based on comments from parties such as Historic England and others. I have no objection to any of those going in. If anybody else has had the chance to have a look at those and has any comments, now would be a time to do it. Generally, although some of them are main modifications, they're just clarifications to wording and tinkering around the edges rather than the actual intent of the policies. Any comments from the Council on those? Good, thank you. Okay then, moving on to question 8F on the agenda, which is sub-area 3, Sandgate Street, Burney Road and Old Kent Road. I'm going to get onto the site specifics at the moment, but I had a question about the gas holder and the proposed wild swimming facility, which you've addressed in detail in your statement. Thanks very much. But I did have one outstanding question that rises from your statement, and that is on page 46 of your statement. For those of you who haven't seen the Council statement, it's at EIP 5315. Now, I realise, of course, the aspirational nature of this and that it's at a fairly early stage of planning. Just looking at the feasibility, really, and the fact that the paragraph halfway down the page says further work is ongoing, specialist input from various consultants, but also the proposal would be subject to further detailed design, market testing, business case, funding, heritage assessment, operational management, water quality and safety considerations before delivery. That is a long list. I mean, pretty standard for development, particularly aspirational development. And I was rather struck by I don't think it would be offensive if I said whimsical nature of this proposal. I think it's a...
No, I mean, it's not. It's certainly not intended to be entirely whimsical. The best use for a listed building is usually the building, the use for which it was designed, and this building was designed to hold water, to seal gas in. The entire structure is listed, so the King's Cross gas holders, the actual frames were listed, but not the tank. So in listing this particular structure, Historic England were recognising the innovative way that the tank structure was built. In conversations that we've had with Historic England, they are keen to see the majority of the structure retained in a future use. So we weren't looking at building housing in, or has been done elsewhere, or necessarily just filling in the pond facility. The initial work, which we describe in our evidence, is underway. And so far, feedback from our leisure team has been very positive, so they think there probably will be a strong business case because there is a strong demand for outdoor swimming in London. Most recently, Canary Wharf Group have brought forward their proposals for a wild swimming Lido in one of their docks. Our leisure team are looking at both the swimming and the provision of things like saunas, which are also very popular at the moment. There's a strong demand for those. Part of the feasibility has been talking to specialist providers. There's one in particular in Germany who does a lot of outdoor wild swimming provision. And again, their view is that you could naturally filter this water, so it would genuinely be sustainable in the sense of low energy, not involving loads of chemicals, cleaning the water, and would be very good for biodiversity. So it ticks many boxes all at the same time. In some ways, the genesis of the idea was somewhat whimsical. One of the developers who owned a neighbouring site was aware of our initial proposals to put some kind of water feature, possibly swimming, in the listed gas holder. And when he was interviewed by the property journalist for the Evening Standard, she asked him about it, and he said they were going to open Europe's first alligator farm in the Old Kent Road. which then subsequently got reported in the Evening Standard. That was entirely a whimsical idea. There have never been a proposal for an alligator farm in the Old Kent Road. It has always been about using that as a health and fitness kind of piece. And as the evidence base points out, it would increase access to swimming, of which there is it would improve coverage over the borough for that. There are issues about childhood obesity throughout the borough and in the Old Kent Road wards as well. So it could also contribute to those bigger public health themes as well. So yeah, the initial work is underway, and the signs are pretty encouraging actually as a viable, deliverable proposition.
Would it be funded by Section 106 contributions?
Yes, so the conversations with SGN, Southern Gas Networks, who are the current freeholder, are that they would transfer the gas holder to us, and that they would undertake the initial refurbishment works of the steel frame. So it's made of mild steel, so that needs repainting to stop it rusting. They would do that as part of the implementation of another part of the master plan, which is the development site next door, which they own, which they're in a development agreement with Avonton, who are developing the Carpetright scheme at the moment, just a bit further down the road. So it's as part of the delivery of the master plan. That would involve a land swap, where we would become the freeholder of the gas holder. Rather than inherit a complete liability, which would need £6-7 million worth of refurbishment work, that would be paid for by SGN and the developer, Avonton. And then in terms of delivery, we had imagined, the intention was to use community infrastructure levy money to provide this community infrastructure.
Thanks. And have, in your feasibility studies, etc., have any potential, looking at the relationships with intended surrounding uses and existing, have any potential pinch points or areas of conflict been identified? No, because we see this as very much part of the park proposal for Livesey Park. The location is far enough away, we think, from the residential around the edges of that park, not to be kind of a nuisance in that sort of sense. And we think it would add value to the developments in the way that parks do add value to developments next to them. There are longer-term things that we need to consider about the waste transfer station, which is located immediately next door. But I think Mr. Cutts touched on this last week. The waste transfer station lease, in effect, it's a public-private partnership, runs to 2031, so we will be renegotiating that with Veolia. We imagine there will still be a waste transfer station there, but it might not be in quite the exact same format. And of course, it also offers the opportunity for us to make the Livesey Park somewhat larger, because we are the freeholder of the site next door, and we're also freeholder of the site south of the gas holder and to the Old Kent Road. So it's a great opportunity for us as a landowner to consolidate our land holdings and deliver a public good in the form of the Livesey Park. Thank you, Mr. Cutts.
Yeah, just to add to that as well, you may have seen a representation from National Grid electricity transmission that relates to it's called the New Cross substation, which is immediately to the north of the site. When the land ownership on the gas works was broken up and it was sold off between different owners, so National Grid, Southwark in the case of the waste management facility, the south of the site, which belongs to us as well. The access rights over the site have become quite complicated. So the land that we own to the south of the gas holder, and including the original gasworks offices, the access road there is owned by us. National Grid have a right of access over that. The northern part of that access road is owned by National Grid. and obviously they have the right of access there too. We've been in discussion over a number of years, probably since about 2018, over the site with National Grid. There are, as well as the Old Kent Road entrance into the substation, there is another entrance on Sandgate Street, but the challenge for National Grid is that every so often they have to move large items of infrastructure into the site, which come on very large vehicles, so about 30 metres long, 8 metres wide, and they need a pretty straight road up into the substation to get that equipment in. What we're looking to do through the plan is to see whether it's possible to rationalise that access by providing a new access, which is up Devonshire Grove, which would go through our waste management facility and then up into the substation. And to see whether through that means we can provide an access which is at least as practical and as convenient for National Grid as their current access. That isn't a plan that's going to be delivered in the short term, because the waste contract with Veolia on the waste management facility runs into the 2030s, and it's not likely to be deliverable until that point. But that's the idea, and our agreement with National Grid has been that we collaborate on that to see whether we can indeed do that. It isn't the case that we could absolutely require National Grid to do it. We're not going to be CPOing their access rights on the existing route, so it would be delivered in collaboration. When they have been using the site to construct what is called the London Power Tunnels 2 project, so that's renewing the electricity main that runs around the south of London. So they've been tunnelling that from that site to South Wimbledon in one direction, and to Hurst in the other direction. In terms of this particular site, the proposals were approved through a prior approval process, but there was a Section 106 agreement in there, and in that agreement we agreed a clause in which essentially we agreed to collaborate on future proposals for the park and for the substation. And in doing so as well, in order to facilitate the London Power Tunnels 2 project, we gave a long lease on part of our land to National Grid to facilitate their access, and we did that at a peppercorn rent for a period of 8 years or so to enable them to deliver the project, because there were a lot of vehicles coming in and out, as you can imagine, carrying the spoil and facilitating that project. And so, yeah, it's a plan that we think is deliverable. The first element of it is being constructed at the moment now on Devonshire Grove. So Arada, who are building a mixed-use development down there, are currently widening Devonshire Grove to enable the access for a kind of an 8-metre wide vehicle up there. And then at the point that we're able to review the configuration of the waste management facility, then we could look at the onward routing of that. And of course, the waste management facility, it's within Southwark's freehold, and the lease on it to Veolia will end in the 2030s.
Great, thanks. You've just reminded me that we were expecting a statement of common ground from National Grid. Is that any sign of that?
Yeah, we have been in the process of, we were doing a statement of common ground, but it's kind of run into the hearing sessions, and so we haven't had time to complete it. If you felt it was useful, we could do so afterwards. Maybe it's something we can pick up in the session in the afternoon.
Is it going to introduce any uncommon ground?
It won't introduce anything that's not already raised, either by the council or by National Grid in their representations. Okay, yeah. If there's nothing new, if you can guarantee that, then I will allow it a submission after the hearing. Yeah. But I don't want to be in a position where I've got to do more reconsultation or even reopen the hearing sessions. Okay. Yeah. Good.
Any comments on the gas holder or anything that we've just heard with the plans for future sub-area 3? Okay, we'll get into site-specific matters then, thanks. Now, I'm expecting that there are going to be a few people to have things to say on this one. NTA first. Hi. We've spoken about in previous sessions in the hearing the issue with co-location of B8 uses, and Mr. Borelli has added to the conversation as well in terms of the difficulties or perceived difficulties around servicing and Southwark's experience there. Anything you want to add to your statement?
I guess obviously it's been clarified that flexibility is now provided at the top of the plan. I guess we just wanted to ask whether further flexibility could be embedded into the actual allocation of our site-specific as well, or yeah, rather than just at the top of the plan, particularly with land use at our site.
You also had a point to raise about flexibility. I should have said, with regard to the mod proposed that I read out earlier, willing to consider changes to that as well if there's not enough about flexibility in there. So with that in mind, do you have anything you wish to say on the flexibility issue that you raised in your statement?
Is that just in terms of land use, or generally speaking?
Land use, and I'll come on to the building heights in a moment.
No further on land use.
Well, it's a moment, and I'll come into building heights then. So, question for the council, whether the Tier 3 proposals, realistically, on Ruby Street or within sub-area 3 generally, realistically reflect both the existing and emerging context.
Our view is that it does. Yesterday, in our discussion around tall buildings, we set out the rationale for our strategy in that particular area. So the NTA site is located between a larger development site called the Ruby Triangle development, which is delivering a significant amount of public open space, as well as affordable housing. It's also to the east of it is the Gasholder Park, and again a potential development site that is owned by Avonton, which would also then facilitate the wild swimming area. I mean, the rationale for it, as we discussed yesterday, is that we believe that the plan will help deliver a skyline which is articulated, in which there is space between buildings. So the approved consented scheme on Ruby Street, on the Ruby Triangle is up to 40 stories. And likewise, taller development is envisaged on the gasworks in order to help facilitate the provision of the park. But in that context, we didn't consider that taller development would be appropriate kind of in the gap between the two taller buildings on either side.
With you mentioned the articulation of the skyline. There was a point raised by NTA that perhaps the jump between Tier 3, Tier 2 and 1 was perhaps too abrupt.
I mean, there are ranges within each of those. So Tier 3 at 15 stories, up to 15 stories, Tier 2 up to 20, and then Tier 1 above that. So there is some scope for differentiation there, but overall we still consider that through the options that we explored in the master planning study and the design code, that there is still a significant amount of development that could be achieved on that site, notwithstanding the fact that there isn't a taller building on there. So if you look at our design code for Sandgate Street, Verney Road, which is EIP 4.5.8. So in that study, we modelled quantums of commercial space to be achieved on each site, quantum of residential that could be achieved, and it's still very significant.
I have no issue with having ranges in there, but developers being, put your fingers in your ears here please, developers. Developers being developers may come along with proposals for the topping out in terms of ranges. How would articulation work in that case?
I mean, we would consider it in the light of the AAP1 and development being in general conformity with the master plan, and then the flexibility that was outlined in the kind of rationale for that, the scope of that's outlined in the changes that we've made to that we're proposing to the reasons.
And I think certainly one of the other things which has informed the master plan has been consultation engagement with the residents at Canal Grove Cottages. So they're the small listed buildings that you can see in the AAP. So that just literally sort of the other side of this road junction. So, I mean, we've spent quite a lot of time with those residents over the years, and that they're kind of in many respects in the middle of the densest part of this master plan. So, one of the things we're also trying to accommodate is their desire to not feel too hemmed in by the scale of development around them, and consequently the B&M site, for instance, which is just south of here on the Old Kent Road. The master plan also shows that as not being a tier in the tiers, so that's a building of about 9 stories in that location. So it's partly townscape, but partly also feeding in the engagement with local communities.
Hello.
I think it sort of relates to a further point that we want to make later, but with regards to the question or the proposition that developers would max out different ranges, has there been any assessment of what's actually happened so far, if that has been the case? Because if it has, then that might suggest that a different approach would be appropriate.
So as well as monitoring the numbers, we're also monitoring through the DM process the fit with the master plan, and so far there has been a good fit with the master plan. One of the consequences of the recent, and I think Mr. Brearley mentioned this last week, one of the consequences of the current struggle housing developers have with achieving viability is that in some instances heights are coming down on taller residential buildings because it's effectively more viable to deliver kind of buildings which are at the lower end of the range rather than at the top end of the range.
So I understand that it's being sort of developed and development management sort of in that process, but what's the overall approach to ranges? What has that been? I'm not sure that question was really answered, sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I mean, it's fairly straightforward. I mean, if developers come forwards with a scheme within the range, we then look at it's within the range, but also how does it fit with its neighbours, which have already got planning permission or already under construction. So it's part of, you're in the range, but also how do you fit compositionally with your neighbours? And this is part of managing a process where there are multiple landowners with multiple motivations coming through at different times. So the tiering is a sort of starting point, and then we apply the other design policies about, well, okay, how do you fit with your neighbours? And I mentioned yesterday the workshops that we do with different developers, because developers are not so good at talking to each other, so we actively encourage that to make sure these things work as part of a master plan. And we do have people, less so over the years, who come to us. Initially, we would have people coming to us saying, well, my site is a gateway, so I need a 30-storey tower here. And we would say, well, that is not part of the master plan, so we're not supporting that. And then with the passage of time, people kind of guess that, that we do want them to follow this master plan. So of late, we haven't had instances of people sort of coming and saying, yeah, this is the gateway, here I go. And we have kept that discipline because we feel we need to do that to keep the plan credible and to keep our relationship with local communities credible.
Sorry, maybe I'm not being very clear in what my question is, but my question it relates to your proposition that developers would max out where there is a range. So where in the developments that are within tall building areas, within those tiers, how many developments have maxed out the range and how many come within the lower end of each of the tiers? With all the large development sites, have they all come in with the highest sort of tall building number of stories that is possible within that range? Do we have an answer about that?
Not all. I think probably most have. It's true to say, yeah, but not all.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to sort of discuss the building heights that were, I know it was noted yesterday, or clarified yesterday, that the grey buildings on the plan are shoulder developments, which you've noted were typically sites that are on the edge of the plan boundary. Whilst we accept that point, we also have concerns that some of the properties next to it, well, one of the tier 1 buildings that's next to our site is also on the plan boundary, but is a tier 3 building. And as noted, our site at 28 Ruby Street is between 2 tier 3 buildings. So I just want to reiterate the point that the drastic drop between those 2 tier 3 buildings to a shoulder building is too extreme. And yeah, we would welcome a slightly higher allocation in terms of building heights for our site. I also just wanted to ask whether, sorry.
Tier plan, that would be useful.
Those 2 buildings.
Lovely, thank you.
So 2 tier 3 right there, and that's on the edge, yeah.
Okay. Does anyone else need a geography lesson?
It's these 2 right here, and these 2, so this.
Yeah, so between the 2 tier 3.
Whilst we accept that maybe not a tier 3 building would be acceptable at our location, we would welcome more height to be available. And if that is available, whether through a design-led approach at planning and through landscape visual impact assessments and things, whether a departure from the shoulder allocation would be welcomed.
Yes, I'd be interested in also extending your point, if I can piggyback on that, the general approach to the shoulder site planning.
Yes, so it goes back to Ms. Potter's description yesterday of the tall building strategy, of having this mix of building heights, which vary across the area, the stations and the crossing, and then having this kind of intermediate shoulder height of 8, 9, 10, 11 stories. To give that variety in townscape and also some separation between the taller buildings in the sites. So that's looking at townscape issues. It's also looking at daylight sunlight issues, which were referenced yesterday and which are on our mind as well. And the general approach to the master plan is that reduction in scale towards the edges of the master plan, but it's right, not all the buildings reduce in scale towards the edge of the master plan, in part because of the nature of the sites and the sites which are available for development, and in part because of the feedback we've had from local residents about scale, particularly around the edges of the master plan. That was mentioned yesterday when we were on OKR2, when we were talking about Pages Walk. And in this instance, and with this particular scheme, that has informed what we show on the master plan in terms of building height, and it's particularly a response to feedback from the residents of Canal Grove Cottages, which kind of sit in the centre of this redevelopment. So we think the scale is very reasonable. We also have to be mindful of neighbouring sites and what they're bringing forward. There is a scheme for the development of the site in question, which we've been supportive of. So it seems that that will come forward. And on the neighbouring site, and this goes back to a point I was making yesterday about having a plan which encourages developers and development to come forward to deliver housing and jobs that the plan is positively trying to deliver. We've also been mindful of the neighbouring Constantine site, which was mentioned yesterday, and trying to create a value on that site as well, which could help deliver the master plan in terms of jobs and homes, but also help deliver the master plan in terms of access, and in particular the idea of a new access road primarily for servicing commercial uses in this part of the sub-area.
Would you welcome, I guess you didn't really answer my question in terms of would you accept a design-led approach at planning stage, and whether you would consider perhaps allowing part of the site to be a shoulder element, but other parts of the site to be higher than a shoulder development, or are you expecting the whole site to be that shoulder height?
Certainly as it stands, we're expecting it to be at that shoulder height. If we were to come forward and say, well, is there a podium and tower iteration here? And that might be a variation on the theme of what we're showing. But you feel that you could make a case to say, well, that would not compromise the redevelopment of the Constantine site, which sits off to the west of this site, and it's also not something which would harm the residents of Canal Grove Cottages in terms of its scale and their perception of buildings around them. Would we consider that? Yes, we would consider it. But they're the things that we would be considering it against. Our expectation is that it's the height that we're showing, we feel, for good reasons. But yeah, if you wanted to make a case, we would have a think about that. But those are the things which we would be considering that against.
Can therefore the wording be allowing for greater flexibility to say that part of the site should have that shoulder element, but through evidence that some taller elements would be accepted?
I think the wordings that Mr. Rowlings read out at the beginning about the application of the master plans, I think covers that point. We are not being absolutely prescriptive, but what we feel we are describing are worthwhile principles which are based on engagement with local communities and that feeding back into the plan-making process. So we're not saying never will anything change on this piece, but the onus, I think, would be on you or anyone else to make a case as to why it should be different. And I think the wording in AAP1 covers that eventuality, in that we feel that this isn't absolutely prescriptive, but we feel that the principles that it shows are the right principles to be applied, and we would expect you to apply them. And if you weren't, you'd have to make a very good case to us as to why that wasn't being applied.
Just wondering if there is any further factors that went into the modelling, because was it to give relief to the two Tier 3 buildings on either side, the sort of valley nature of the site?
Yes, both that, so townscape reason, but also for the residents of Canal Grove Cottages, their outlook from their cottages. We did have an iteration of this where there was a taller building on that site, and they made clear that they felt that was harming their outlook and their homes. So in this iteration, we had changed that, and we'd also partly changed it because we had an application in for a different type of scheme on the site as well. So it was an example of the master plan evolving with time in response to feedback from local communities and in response to what we're getting in from developers.
If those residents had concerns for a Tier 3 height building on our site, how come they wouldn't have concerns of the 3 other Tier 3 buildings that are immediately adjacent to our site?
I think the reason we arrived at where we're at, and Mr. Rowling's just described it, it's primarily an urban design townscape issue about having taller buildings and then a kind of gap and then a taller building, because that allows for greater articulation skyline, it allows better daylight sunlight into the buildings that you're creating, and a better outlook from inside the tall buildings and the value that is created within those developments. So it's basically us as a local authority taking responsibility for managing that process through a positive plan.
Can a case be made at this stage for variation of height based on consideration of surrounding buildings and or basically the modelling's gone as far as it can go at this point?
In terms of the model's gone at the point of
Changing the building heights on the NTA site at this stage in the master plan?
I think it's gone as far as it can go at this point. I mean, I don't think there is a case for changing it at this point in time.
Yes, Ms. Cahoon.
Thanks. Just to also highlight the sort of environmental impact of tall buildings is significant, and in thinking about the overall delivery of the area action plan and the impact that it would have, increasing heights progressively across different sites in a piecemeal way would also increase the environmental impact and also the impact on neighbouring properties, and I think that would be something that should be taken into account when considering any changes to that. And I think, as Colin quite rightly pointed out, a lot of people have already raised quite significant concerns with the extremely high density of tall buildings that are a lot taller than a lot of buildings in the rest of the borough. And I think we'd be quite opposed to any sort of modifications that propose increasing heights, considering that's already a very significant issue that people are dealing with. And if we're trying to think also about broader townscape issues and wind tunnel effects and sort of increasing heights in this sort of way, I think requires a lot more consideration because of the sort of knock-on effects on townscape, on environmental impacts. And I think lastly, one thing to sort of note, again, I think there's already been sort of consideration as we've now established that even within the tiering system, developers are maxing out heights. So if we then start to increase where buildings aren't within that tiered system, that's just going to increase it even further without any limitation. And I think it's important to maintain some sort of variation that has been done in the area action plan so far.
Thank you. We did have a discussion about environmental impacts yesterday, and I made sure that that included the cumulative impact of and various stages of development and how the modelling took account of that. Does the Council wish to add anything to the statements we've just heard? Thank you. Mr. Kyle, is there anything else you wanted to say on your side? Okay, thanks. Ms. Mawson, did you want to speak about SafeStore at this point?
Yeah, that's fine. I think I probably won't take up too much of your time because obviously noting the main modification, I think it's at 19 that's come forward as part of earlier hearing sessions this week about the flexibility, which was mainly our point. So just as a bit of context, SafeStore owned the Wefco Wharf site on Sandgate Street.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just wondered if it might be useful for everyone to have the EIP document open because there's quite a bit of detail in there. Sorry, I should have said that at the start before I gave you the mic. It's EIP 5311.
Yeah, so Safestore own the Wevco Wharf site on Sandgate Street, and we actually have a live planning application in on that site, which is well progressed and nearing a positive decision, which is good. So obviously we've been working with officers for some time, including through pre-app and at the application and during the application process. Overall, we're supportive of the allocation in principle, and including specifically on the employment focus and the overall design aspirations for the scheme. Our main concern is in respect of some of the more technical details around the new Verney Road, which is the new road which is proposed to the rear of our site. Actually, this does require Safestore to give up kind of 30% of our site and developable area in order for it to come forward. So it's been a position that's been agreed with the council, and the mechanisms to enable that to come forward have been kind of quite complex, and detailed discussions have taken place in terms of how Safestore come forward in a day one scenario and how that's adapted through a Section 106 agreement to ensure that the proposals reflect the new Verney Road once it comes forward. We're aware that survey work has been taking place by Metis on behalf of the council, and we've been involved in those discussions in terms of allowing site access for surveys, etc. We have seen initial scoping reports associated with that and made some comments on the road alignment and widths and levels, but have not necessarily had any kind of further feedback following that. And obviously understand that there probably is further survey work and technical work to take place in order to kind of understand exactly how the road will be delivered, given it's a very complex arrangement with existing sites and also sites in the pipeline such as us. And once these kind of schemes on either side of the new Verney Road start to become approved, there's more fixed elements that proposals coming forward would need to comply with, such as the levels and the width of the road. So I think our main concern is just on the flexibility of some of the wording in the I think it's OK 13, just to where, for example, I'm just trying to find where, so in the main modification 19, I think there was talk about that they're not intended to be absolutely prescriptive, but the key principles would be expected to be delivered. I think that the last sentence of that, expected to be delivered, is still quite strong. And I don't know whether it could be reworded slightly, just the general principles, or should be delivered or should be followed unless evidence is provided to suggest this is not feasible, or something along those lines. But just also ensuring that that flexibility at the top of the plan is filtered down to the individual site. So for example, on page 177 of the document, we've got each plot coming forward must respond to the current and planned street layout and function as seen in sections A to D. So sections A to D are provided alongside, and those have quite detailed aspirations in terms of road width, pedestrian width, landscaping width, and also levels, which follows on from that, just the way that the two schemes on either side of the road would come forward. So like wording such as must doesn't necessarily reflect the changes that main modification 19 in our view. So that's probably the main concern from our perspective. As I said, we're not in objection to the allocation and what's proposed and aspired to for our site. It's just how it comes forward with the surrounding infrastructure.
Thank you. And I think, Mr. Brelli, also this is a useful illustration of the points you were raising yesterday about the detailed nature of the master plans. Is there anything you want to add?
Yes, please. Well, I believe OKR 13, I'll come on to the road matter. That's one of my matters. I believe OKR 13 is a really good illustrator of several of those concerns around realism, deliverability, occupier intentions, and the status question afforded to all this detail. I've got 5 matters to try to speedily run through. First
I just think it might be best to pass over to the council to speak specifically about this site.
Shall I just speak on the road?
Sorry?
Shall I speak on the road?
Yes, yes.
I'll go to the road. So singling that out, in my view, it's one of the least justified and least realistic pieces of master plan content anywhere in the AAP. The proposal appears to have been drawn first and tested later, or not adequately tested later. A number of key landowners do not support it. The Wilkinson family, Constantine, Capital Industrial, none of them on-side or fully on-side. Safe Store, we just heard, don't seem keen. A number of occupiers do not support it. The businesses most affected do not regard it as realistic. The proposal appears to assume that existing operational constraints, access rights, level changes, servicing requirements and occupier needs can somehow be resolved later. The road would need to run through the main secure entrance of Constantine's major art storage premises, but no solution to that problem has been offered, much to the frustration of Constantine. The issue is not whether an alternative road alignment might one day be possible. The issue is whether the specific proposal shown has been sufficiently tested against reality to justify being embedded within policy today. I don't think it has. The proposal appears to have a policy status, or suggested, far in excess of the evidence supporting it. If no other change was made to OKR 13, I would strongly urge removal of the new Verney Road proposal and any requirement for development to demonstrate general conformity with it. It is not supported, including by landowners whose land it needs to go.
Thank you. Yes, I think we'll start maybe with points on the flexibility within the OKR 13 master plan, and then narrow it down to the road in particular.
I mean, our view is that there is sufficient flexibility within the wording that we've proposed. When you are looking at a plan that is delivered over a long period of time, it's often the case that you don't have a fully detailed scheme worked up with the technical details, but you move along and work that up as you go. I mean, in terms of the new Verney Road, and so the servicing strategy, which is on page 169 of the plan. So we first consulted on this arrangement in the 2020 iteration of the area action plan. The 2017 version, in that we consulted on a green, kind of extending the Surrey Canal, Linear Park, along that alignment of New Verney Road, which is roughly where the canal used to sit. The representations which were made on that came particularly from landowners, stating that actually it made the servicing of their sites quite difficult. In particular, for example, around the landholding that was then owned by Legal & General, on the site owned by Currys and by Constantine. It would have put the park through the middle of their sites, which made it difficult then for them to consider how you might distribute the built development and where that would be serviced from. So in reconsidering that, we relocated the Linear Park onto Verney Road, essentially then to utilise that space within the middle of the master plan as a new street, and a street which then could be used to service the developments on either side. At the same time, we actually bought most of that access road, so we own the land in the middle of the master plan. We own there's a private road, Verney Way, which goes into the site up there, so we own that, and we own this area in here. The other benefit of moving the road up, the park, up onto Verney Road, is that it brought it then closer to residents, and what we were trying to do was to then help ensure that existing communities could get more benefit from that new infrastructure. So this was, we consulted on this in 2020. Before Safe Store bought the site, they came to us to ask us about what the implications of the road would be, and we exchanged drawings showing the likely land take of that new road and the dimensions of the road. Safe Store shared their plans with us, and shared the kind of quantum of space that they needed to achieve on the site to, so that everyone could be reassured that they could achieve quantum of space they needed and provide the road. And so they bought the site fully cognizant of the requirement to provide the road, and they made their bid for the land and valued it on the basis of that, knowing that there was that requirement to provide the road. We've since worked with them on the planning application. They have developed a scheme. It has the road in it. We're in the process of discussing the Section 106 obligation for that. The way that the obligation would work is that the access would be phased, and so it's not until that road is provided and is there and available that Safestore would have to connect to it. And in the interim, they would continue to use the existing access, which is on Sandgate Street. And so that access requirement isn't triggered until the road has been built. We've also been in discussion then with British Land. So British Land own 6 to 12 Verney Road, and they likewise have accommodated for the road within their Section 106 agreement. There's likewise a clause which enables the council to serve a notice on them to move their main access into the site onto that road, and they've designed it like that. We've since, as Ms Mawson says, the council commissioned Metis to do more detailed modelling. So the plan that you can see on page 169 was prepared by Farrells, but with transport consultants advising them. But we have then since employed the council's own term highways contractor and designer Metis to look at that in more detail. There is a challenge, as Ms Mawson outlines, around the difference in levels, and so the canal was at a slightly higher level to the land which is on either side of it. But as the Metis study shows, that there are ways in which design of that road could address that issue. It does introduce additional complication. Effectively, we'd be building the road in the canal bed, and there would need to be more technical studies around the composition of ground conditions and so forth under that canal bed. But in principle, Metis didn't see a reason why from a feasibility point of view, it couldn't happen. So in terms of its delivery, while the other landowners are further behind, so Constantine, we've been talking to them over the last 8 years or so about options on their site and what they may or may not like to do. And they're not at the stage that either Safestore or British Land are at, and likewise Wilkinson Say, who own this land here, they're not at that stage either. But we do feel that it is an objective which is deliverable in the fullness of time, and the work that's been done to date, is helping to consolidate that. And while other landowners, yes, we've been in conversation with them about what their aspirations are for their sites, and we've consulted with them at various times on master plans. We've been in to see them to look around their sites, and none of them have made representations on the plan. And so we don't have before us their view, because they haven't made a formal representation.
Okay, I'll deal with Safestore first, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Brelly. Any response, Ms Mawson?
I think that's a fair summary in terms of Safestore's engagement with the council so far. Like, I do think noting the further technical studies and work that needs to be done in terms of the road and the levels, I do think that flexibility that we spoke about at the top of the plan needs to filter down to the actual allocation wording, just words like must and having the specific widths and landscaping and footpaths and levels shown in the plan, I don't think is particularly helpful.
Yes, with specific regard to the mod suggested as well. Any council comments?
View is that the master plan does show a kind of correct or an appropriate level of detail, considering that we're trying to strike this balance between prescription and flexibility, and it's a plan that's going to be delivered over a longer period of time. Yes, there are kind of questions over how wide the road might be. So we originally, you'll have seen in kind of EIP 4.5.8, our transport consultants recommended 6 metres. The work that Metis have done, and indeed the work that SafeStore and British Land have done, suggested it might need to be wider than that, around 7 metres. And the studies that Metis have done alongside SafeStore and British Land demonstrates that you can get a carriageway there of sufficient width, that there is sufficient room for footways on either side and to get in kind of the planting and landscaping and other objectives of the plan. But I think, what's shown here does provide a sufficient level of detail and is kind of sufficiently described in order, to enable the delivery of that street in the future.
That's something I'll take away.
I don't think that changes what I said previously, so it still stands. Oh, sorry. I think what I said previously in terms of just wording, including like must, it still stands really, because it says each plot coming forward must respond to the current unplanned street layout as seen in sections A to D, which doesn't necessarily allow for a 7-metre roadway.
Yeah, other options for changes to specific wording in the Council's view? Are there any prescriptive measurements that need looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I think just to echo Mr. Cutt's point, I mean, it says must respond to, and as Mr. Cutt has set out, having that proposition in the plan has enabled developers to respond to the indicative road layout, and it's enabled us to work with Ms. Mawson and team, and also with the British Land team, to work out the detail of what that response is, which is kind of picking up on Mr. Brealey's point about, well, how does this thing work in detail? But you have to have that initial proposition of this being a worthwhile thing pursuing. And I think very much in our mind was as Mr. Cutt mentioned, we are the freeholder of much of the land, although not all of it, which is required to deliver that route, which gives us that extra kind of means with which to deliver it over the longer term. And certainly British Land's response to it was pretty positive. And another aspect of the plan is not only the impact that servicing has on residents, but also local schools. So there is a school, if you look on the plan, where it has the proposed Verney Road Park space. So there is a primary school that opens onto that street. Again, part of our conversations with British Land on the redevelopment of that site was how do we as local authority enable the delivery of a 22,000 square metre 4-storey logistics hub next to a primary school when the council is also committed to making streets outside primary schools traffic free. So another important thing that this road layout achieves, and which British Land were supportive of and bought into, was it does enable servicing of a very large facility not to be taking place directly outside the main entrance of a primary school. And we are looking at the the possibility of closing that part of the street outside of that primary school, because we can feel we can do that, but still maintain servicing to the existing commercial uses in the area and to future commercial uses in the area. So it's kind of striking that balance between the residential population, the social infrastructure that supports it, but also the commercial population and the infrastructure, you know, the vital infrastructure that supports it, including servicing, which Mr. Brealey has mentioned before yesterday and last week.
Thank you. I just wanted to come in on a broader point about this sort of approach being taken. I think we'd support an approach of changing wording of specific issues within sort of allocations as opposed to increasing the breadth of discretion across the entire area action plan. Because I think there already is, the plan system is a discretionary system in and of itself. I think that any suggestion to make it any more discretionary would sort of open up challenges to protections around, say, affordable housing or requirements around employment spaces. And I think instead of changing the way that must wording is interpreted across the entire area action plan, would be helpful instead to interrogate these specific points like we are doing. So we welcome that approach.
Thank you. Any response, Mr. Make?
I think just to reiterate Mr. Cutt's point, we've chosen the wording carefully in the plan, and I think the way it's expressed, must respond to, seems to us to be a reasonable way of expressing what we have asked Ms. Mawson and other people to do. We've asked them to respond to it. I'd agree with Ms. Calhoun. I mean, it's a discretionary system, but the purpose of the plan, the AAP, is to give put more flesh on the bone of how the Southwark plan is implemented within the Old Kent Road area. And to date, it's been hugely helpful for us in negotiating with developers to try and deliver these ambitious long-term aims. I mean, as Mr. Brealey said, they are ambitious. And I think if in effect the plan was more woolly, we wouldn't be making that progress on delivering those aims.
Thanks. Ms. Mawson, is there anything else you want to say about Safe Store before we move?
Only just a small detail in terms of must respond to. I think Safe Store have responded to it in their application, and we're obviously giving up the space to enable the road to come forward in terms of the width. It's just some of the follow-up from that in terms of after the Metis study. I think it was requested that there was a further bit of our site that came forward as part of it as well to widen it slightly. And I think that was part of our response to the Metis scoping report, was that whether that could be taken from some of the substation land on the other side of the road. But it's also just enabling some of that flexibility in terms of the implications of the road and what that might mean in terms of levels. If the Safe Store have responded to it and have kind of designed their scheme on that basis, that it might not be possible to achieve all of the other aspirations, such as an active frontage or being able to access the building at grade from Sandgate Street because of that. So that would be the only thing that I'd have to add.
I think we're broadly in agreement now on the layout of the Safe Store and the road. I think we've come to an agreement on the activation that is proposed on that frontage, and the main access is from the south rather than the north to kind of mitigate any issues that there might be around levels.
Thanks. Mr. Brealey.
Yes, I thought it would be useful to go a bit further with that example of Constantine and William Say, both in relation to this road idea and more generally. The way in which the road could be made to work is to fundamentally compromise the facilities of Constantine and William Say and Co. in ways that they both confirm have not been properly discussed with them, or to wipe them out, as the master plan shows crystal clear. The case of those two businesses is a good illustration of a wider concern. Both are major owner-occupiers, Neither is asking to be protected from change, but they have no interest in housing on their sites. Both are saying again and again they intend to remain and invest. Yet the master plan continues to depict futures that appear fundamentally incompatible with those intentions. Constantine, we've talked a little bit about them before, an internationally significant art, storage and logistics business, approximately 170 employees, a major employer, a major community in its own right, a big contributor to the area's economy. They've repeatedly stated their intention to remain and to expand. Yet its principal operational site is effectively shown disappearing beneath a combination of residential development, parkland and road proposals. Both Constantine and William Say have confirmed they're happy for me to speak with their concerns. The managing director of Constantine told me this week that the master plan is seen by clients, staff and investors and has a clear blighting effect, and they are furious about it. He also remarked that if it was the council's intention to push businesses away, then it had been remarkably successful. That's a quote. William Say provides another revealing example. A long-established manufacturing business, they make tin cans for paint, etc., approximately 50 employees, very locally rooted.
Sorry, Mr. Brelli, what was the name of that company?
William Say & Co., owned by the Wilkinson family. So the landowners, Wilkinson family, operational factory, William Say & Co. Recent investment of around £500,000 in machinery, further investment planned, potential workforce, growth, interest in building, more industrial accommodation on their own site. The owners have repeatedly advised the council that they intend to remain on the site they own. The location works for them. The operation works. The site has further industrial intensification potential for sure. Yet the master plan continues here too to assume a fundamentally different future. The mixed-use redevelopment scenario shown isn't regarded by the owner-occupier as remotely realistic. The business requires genuine heavy goods vehicle access to 3 operational gates, including regular use of articulated vehicles and wagon and drag combinations. The owners advise that they see no realistic prospect of accommodating those requirements through the proposed new Verney Road alignment and the adjustments they would have to do on site to get to it. The concern is that the master plan appears in several places to have been prepared on assumptions like these ones about these 2 sites, that key occupiers would leave despite repeatedly stating their intention to remain and invest. Yesterday, we heard similar concerns from Tate regarding assumptions about displacement, reconfiguration, and land take. Happens to be another major high-security art storage facility. A pattern, of course, is emerging there. The issue is not whether either business should determine planning policy. The issue is whether the assumptions embedded in the master plan have been adequately tested against the intentions of those expected to occupy, invest in, and deliver the area. A little more, if I may, on this landowner-occupier mismatch, because it does stretch wider across the area. The recurring problem, and it's strongly evident in OKR 13, is mismatching between all those aspirations shown on the master plan and the intentions of those that would have to deliver it. The issue is whether assumptions embedded there have been adequately tested. As well as Constantine and William Say, that I've just rehearsed, other examples we're getting touched on, British Land and Safe Store. They're being friendly, it's all good for them, but The reality is both indicated nil interest in residential on their Verney Road sites, and in response to the council amended the plan. But once it's adopted, it'll be much harder to tinker with when similar things happen in future, or if someone decides to listen to such as Constantine and William say about their intentions. Capital Industrial, who have a substantial amount of industrial accommodation on Verney and Ilderton, have stated that the AAP appears, quote from them, out of kilter with what is actually happening in the area, and that key stakeholders have not been properly engaged. The reality is that, for example, the entirety of the OKR 13 areas fronting Verney Road has owners who have made clear their uninterest in the scenario the AAP master plan shows, so it is not evidently deliverable. Well, that connects to the wider concerns about realism and deliverability. So the Southwark team have repeatedly emphasised during these sessions that they've been talking with landowners. But what about occupiers? And what about owner-occupiers? There are many hundreds more businesses threatened with displacement from the area because of what the master plans show. There appears to have been far more emphasis on engagement with institutional and landowners and redevelopment-focused ones, not with other landowners, not with occupiers, not with the businesses and institutions expected to live with the consequences. It's one thing to have a site allocation in the Southwark plan estimating housing numbers across a colossal area, which OKR 13 is. But it's quite another to get super specific about smaller chunks of that area at odds with the expectations of some key owners and occupiers. I can't see any sensible option other than to delete the master plan detail and the road and clarify the review arrangements. And I say again, the drawings aren't going to go away. They'll still be useful in future if relevant. The work you've done is not for nothing. It's just, this is not a credible scenario now. And then we factor in, of course, it's phase 2 anyway. The redevelopment scenario shown is dependent on infrastructure assumptions that are highly unlikely to happen in the plan period. Why is such detailed master plan content that's not supported by lots of the landowners being given policy force?
Thank you. Response from the council, please.
I mean, we've made it clear from the outset that our intention is to implement this plan and see it delivered in collaboration with the landowners, and we've got no interest in, and we can't kind of force them to do something that they don't want to do. But we have collaborated with all of the landowners which are on the south side of Verney Road. So if you take, it's kind of moving along, the owner of the industrial estate up here, the initial 2017 version of the plan showed an alternative arrangement which was based upon a kind of pre-application which that landowner had with the council, and that re-provided industrial space on lower floors with residential above. When we were reviewing that plan and preparing the Sandgate Street design guide, we met again with that landowner, and we walked around their site. And at that point, they told us that actually, if they're going to do something on their site, then their strategy would change, and what they would prefer to see would be standalone industrial development and then residential, either above kind of smaller scale, light industrial space with residential on top, but they would like to see a standalone element. So again, we then adjusted the plan to reflect that, so effectively dividing the site in half, so you have a kind of multi-storey or stacked industrial space on the south side, and then a mixed-use development on the north side. Constantine at the other end, I mean, it's fair to say that we've met a lot with Constantine over the last few years. We've discussed a lot of options with Constantine. I won't go into here what those options are, but there have been a lot of options that we have been through with them. And those are looking to enable them to stay, operating from the borough, which is what our objective is. Wilkinson, again, we met Wilkinson a few times. We've been around the factory, and recognise as well that they're, it's a local employer. There are people from the Bonamy estate, for example, to the north, who work in Wilkinson Containers. Again, what we looked at doing through the design code work was look at, whether you could, in developing that site, develop it in a phased way that would enable them to focus their operations in a part of the site and then release part of it for redevelopment, enabling them to continue operation on the site and stay there if that's what they want to do. But there are options available to them. It is a longer term plan, and while they don't have an aspiration to move, right now, this is a plan which, plan period runs up to 2036, and we don't know what their decisions will be, but as we've said to them that whatever their decisions are, that we'll work with them to ensure that they can continue to operate if that's what they're keen to do.
Well, based on Mr. Brearley's statement, the decision was fairly clear. So, in respect of the discussion that we had with Tate yesterday, would the outcomes that we had from that be equally valid with these other two operators in terms of continued operation of the site, disturbance with adjoining uses, that sort of thing?
Yeah, sorry, I would say we have had lots of discussions with them over the years about different options, and they're not here to speak for themselves. Ultimately, they're two landowners. The plan is in the process of being implemented through, for example, the proposals that we've received from Safestore, the British Land proposals, and then other proposals on the south of the site. We have bought a lot of the land within this area. So, for example, we own this land here. We own the access to it. And again, that helps give us confidence that there is a prospect that the plan will be delivered.
Yes, and just to add to Mr. Cutt's point, I mean, we are never certain about whether owners, occupiers, and owner-occupiers are or are not going to stay. But we're certainly not. All the conversations we've had with them have not been about moving them out, but how could they stay, but also help us deliver the other aspirations of the plan. The Constantine operation has their main storage facility, but they also have an office facility on the Ruby Triangle site, which has about 120-30 people working in it. I mean, there have been ongoing conversations between Constantine and other developers in the area who are delivering other parts of the master plan about doing things like relocating their office on the Ruby Triangle site. Those things are ongoing commercial negotiations, but I think they show that the master plan, as it's being implemented, does offer options for Constantine, as an example, to kind of relocate part of their operation within the new master plan. In that case, their main office operation, where they administer their business. And certainly in terms of Constantine, it appears to be doing very well as a business at the moment. There's been a draft of this master plan around now for 8 years. It seems not to have harmed the operation of their business. We've never taken a view that we're looking to drive them out of the site, and the same applies to William Say. And we feel, with our ownership of land adjacent to William Say, part of which they use for their driving their lorries in and out of their site, that we have an opportunity both as a planning authority and also as an estate, as a landowner, to work with them and with Constantine to eventually deliver a form of the master plan. Mr. Briley talked about the fact it becomes difficult. It becomes more difficult to tinker with a plan once it's been adopted. The basic principle of a plan, the British planning system, as we recently explained to our new planning committee members, is one of plan, monitor and review. I would not expect, I don't think any of us on this side of the table would expect that once the area action plan is adopted, that's it. We just stop talking about how planning works in the Old Kent Road area. It's an ongoing process. And as we discussed last week, the Southwark plan is due to start its review, and we should, probably within the next 6, 7, 8 weeks, have a new version of the London plan also to have a look at and to take into account as part of that plan monitor review process.
I didn't realise it was that soon that the London plan was going to come out.
Yes, we're told possibly early July.
Okay, thanks. So my ultimate question then, I suppose, is I want to ask a question, then go back to Mr. Borelli. If you do want to speak, could you stand your thing up? Thanks. What I want to ask, I guess, is that if they do stay put, along with other large landowners such as Tate and perhaps others in this area, what are the implications for soundness of the plan?
We think within the current plan period to 2036 that there's a reasonably good chance that the plan will be implemented in that period. If it's not, then I think that's something that we would look at in a subsequent plan review, and that would give us our opportunity to engage in that plan monitor review process and see where we got to, during the period of the next 4 years or so.
Thank you. I'm mindful that we need to have a break soon. Mr. Borelli, I've got a question to put to you, and I know you may be not able to answer this as you're just representing the landowners here today, but have the landowners considered a scenario whereby other development around the site is occurring, land values rise, and they may reconsider their options?
Yes, I know they're all aware of that. And that, of course, we don't know what the future might hold, any of us. But yeah, that's very speculative and vague. I just wanted to respond to a little of what you said, because I do think it's really unfair to suggest that, well, they didn't make a representation at this stage and they didn't show up today, so it doesn't really count, was the inference. This process has been going on for 9 years and, et cetera, et cetera. They have made, those two examples, and they are examples, not the total scale of the problem, very good examples. Both those businesses have made crystal clear, is my understanding, and they've told me again on the phone this week, because I thought I needed to check that their position was still the same. They see no realism in the kind of partial redevelopment, decanting within the site scenarios that you're talking about as possibilities, and their position is still the same as it was, that as of now and as of their foreseeable futures, they want to stay and they want to invest, and that's completely at odds with what the plan shows.
Okay, thanks. I will ask the Council to come back, but just so that it's on record, as I did say on the first day, representations made at Reg 19 stage do have just as much weight as people being here today. Anything the Council wants to respond to on that? Thank you. Ms Cahoon?
Thank you. I think this is a really good example of the sort of inherent tension between the purposes of the Area Action Plan of protecting existing businesses and it just fundamentally not responding to what already exists. And even between 2016 and 2019, as we'd submitted in our written submissions, 33 businesses closed. There's already a lot of loss of employment space. There's already a lot of loss of businesses, and none of the sort of proposals for that area even consider the area a strategic industrial land, which I don't think is really representative of the existing area. And I think this is something that Mike will touch on also with sub-area 4. This is sort of consistent across the board with the sub-areas. They don't necessarily match onto the actual ambitions of the Area Action Plan, for instance, to protect existing businesses and support and to help them grow, which I think is under reasons. Planning for a diverse range of business premises will ensure that local businesses can continue to trade and grow and new businesses can flourish. But without actually acknowledging what exists, it doesn't really support that aim. And I think that has been one of our main concerns, is a consistent loss of industrial space and also consistent loss of employment space, which is being replaced by quite homogeneous employment, for instance, retail or workspace, which is generally laptop use, which is a very specific type of employment and doesn't necessarily allow for a diverse economic offering in the area that either represents what exists or what could exist in the area. And I think there's also something to highlight about, and I think Mike will also touch on this, about the failure of mixed-use developments that focus entirely on light industrial to actually provide for existing businesses and allow them to continue to exist or expand. And I think where there is existing, and I do also appreciate your point about not being able to know what stands in the future and there being speculation around land values, but if there is the potential of protecting existing businesses and employment, we should really be doing that, because we are constantly fighting a battle against increasing land values and how that is dictating what's happening in London fundamentally. And in this Area Action Plan, as we can see with a lot of residential being flipped to student accommodation, for instance, I think that's quite a good example of how land values are changing despite what the Area Action Plan says. So where there are existing businesses, they should be protected within the Area Action Plan and should align with what exists.
Thank you. Some of those issues, well, quite a few of them actually, particularly the issue of displacement we did cover last week with Mr. Holloway. On the first day, I did identify that communities was a theme which seemed to be missing from the Area Action Plan, and to that end I've asked the Council to prepare a new policy. And I'm expecting that that will also cover displacement and economic variance, if you like, a protection of that sort of fine-grained employment uses as well. I'm not sure whether or not that can be extended to cover large-scale employment, because I'm not sure that makes the same contribution in a sort of mixed and balanced communities sense. But it's something I'll ask the Council to take into account, and also ask them if there's any response that they wish to make to that point just then.
In terms of the number of businesses, yes, the 2019 study found that there'd been a loss of 33 businesses from a total of about 748, 49, I think, from 2016. Although the number of businesses have dropped, actually the amount of employment had grown reasonably significantly in that time. I suppose we would just reiterate that in our view, the plan is based on a good understanding of the local economy, just in relation to sub-area 3. Again, if you look at EIP 4.1.2, the Old Kent Road Workspace Demand Study, you can see the way that our advisors, 00 Architecture and Everton Young, kind of took account of the kinds of businesses and the kinds of spaces that we're occupying in the area at the moment, and gave us advice on what kinds of spaces would be needed in the future. Of course, areas do change, and we also committed on that first day to reviewing our survey as part of the Southern Plan review.
Thank you. I think it's time for a cup of tea. And I've seen a posh biscuit on your computer there, Mr. Cutts. Have you been at it again, Mr. Wilson? You bought the... thank you very much. There's posh biscuits and nice tea. Ms. Cahoon, sorry, just before we break.
Sorry, I just wanted to come back on the point about the community policy, and that's something we really, really welcome, and we're very, very glad to hear that that's being progressed. Just on the point about whether that could accommodate larger industrial businesses, I think I appreciate there's a sort of tension between smaller scale and larger scale, but I think the important in that is the variation in employment. And there is also something to know in terms of a policy that already exists in the New Southwark Plan about displacement of businesses. But I think we've seen, as the Southwark Law Centre representing traders across the borough, that it's been incredibly difficult to actually enforce that in terms of limiting displacement, because if the site allocation fundamentally allows for displacement, having a policy that then is a sticking plaster to sort of prevent displacement doesn't necessarily work, because it's a driving force. I mean, I guess the example is for that road. For instance, if the allocation says that you must have a road, but then after that you have a policy that says, oh, but we shouldn't displace existing businesses. If you must comply with the requirement to provide a road, that is inherently going to create a displacement effect. So I think, although I think that policy will be extremely welcome to protect smaller establishments, I think in terms of these sort of sub-areas, they need more evidence to suggest that they are actually deliverable, and also that they will protect existing businesses and employment.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much. I'll take that into account. I think there are I think there is some consideration within the AAP5, the business policy, with regard to the differences between smaller and larger. But yes, there is a need for the communities aspect to be brought out, particularly in regard to smaller businesses. And the other points you made, I think, go back to the flexibility argument that we've been discussing through the sub-area discussions thus far. Good, okay. 10-minute break, or well, slightly more than 10 minutes. We'll be back at 5 to 12. Thank you. Good, thank you. It looked like a very useful networking tea break. So, thanks very much for being prompt. Back. Are we okay recording? Yep, great. Thanks very much. Right. Any other issues on sub-area 3 that people want to raise? I am aware of the points that Save All Kent Road have raised about family accommodation, schools, etc. I don't want to go into that in too much more detail because we've discussed it in the relevant housing, etc. sections. But if there's any sub-area specific stuff you want to raise, then by all means.
Yes, please. Just let me find my note. This is a little one, but it's significant. I'll just ad-lib it. There's a link, a foot and cycle link route shown from Verney Road through to Sandgate Street and then onwards to the Old Kent Road. That's one that used to exist in the fairly recent history, and there's been often requests for it to reappear. It's now, the route of it, the logical route of it is now entirely on council-owned land. There's a version of that shown, helpfully, on various of the drawings, not just the sub-area drawings, but the local movement drawing or one of those. But it's a version of that route that is entirely somewhere else, a bit further east, and is dependent on comprehensive redevelopment. I would just encourage that the pragmatically achievable, like in the next couple of years, version of that route be shown on the drawings as a objective, because it's really needed. It's a very long way round if you're trying to get to a bus stop, for example.
Yeah, it's true, sir, that we own this route here. And yeah, we would like to reopen it as soon as we could agree that with the occupiers who are on the site.
Mr. Brelli, anything else? Okay, thanks. If I'd known we were going to be that quick with OKR3, I would have done it before the break. So let's move on to sub-area 4. Hatcham, Ilderton and Old Kent Road South. Now, okay, Mr. Levitt, you've been patiently waiting there.
So now, so with sub-area 4, some of the concerns that I have are with the plan talks about the history of the area being previously being residential and then becoming industrial, so the road widths being narrower, but then in the plan it talks about narrowing those road widths again, which in some ways, like, there could be some benefits to like how that could work, but in the actual overall plan, the details of that I don't think would work for like a few specific examples. One of which I saw this morning, just even, which was Dice-Becker moving a 3-metre wide piece of marble down the road sideways, taking up, it was guided, but this, narrowing the roads in relation to sites where they actually move. They have 2 sites on Ormside Street and move material between those 2. The relationship between the dark kitchens and the fact that it's all motorbikes and the way that flow would move in the area I have some concerns with as well. And I'm sure if you speak to all of the churches in the area, their biggest concern will be the lack of parking and the fact that a lot of these churches don't have any amenity space, and actually that the road kind of gets used in a ad hoc way, and limiting the space with fixed planting and beds could have a negative impact in the way that the space is used. And I propose that like something be looked at for that area that has a much more like flexible use for the actual users in the area. The other thing that I wanted to sort of touch on was the time density of the sub-area for specifically being that the times in which like you've got sort of light industrial use between sort of 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Churches and mosques from 6 p.m. till, well, weeknights I'd say 10, and in the weekends if there's like festivals or like weddings and things like that, it can be as late as 2 or 3 in the morning, even later sometimes. And then ourselves, Ormside Projects, music venue, operating till 5 or 6 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, and you know, midnight, midweek, and Sundays. So the density of use in relation to those. And so another large impact on the area, of course, is Millwall, with 20,000. A stadium capacity of 20,000, and just thinking that I know didn't get into the Premier League this year, but like next year this is a possibility, and what impact that will have, having like on the area with that being full. Specifically as well, I'd like to see some more like recognition of cultural spaces and some more sort of protections or encouragement for that type of activity in the area, as that is kind of what it's specifically known for, and there's been a lot of loss of those spaces already. The DIY space for London, V22 Studios, Axis, but there are new things coming forward, and you know, for example, the Penarth Centre itself being home to like a huge amount of diverse and different businesses, but there being an overriding like coherence of like creative and industries, you know, theatre, rehearsal space, comedy club, screen printing workshop, 2 galleries, ice manufacturing, church, fashion brand, recording studios, filmmakers and independent artist studios. And that being already in the area and a hub, that there can be some encouragement to like to zone this area, or to encourage that within the sub area.
Thank you. Yes, I just want to mention also, just before I pass over to the council, that I will be visiting the Penarth Centre tomorrow, along with some of the other sites that were mentioned last week on an unaccompanied basis. The issues with, or the matters around cultural space and late night uses, I have asked the council to look at them in some more detail as part of the overarching communities policy. So, and I'm aware that this area in particular, I think North Old Kent Road is the other one in sub-area 1. These areas are particularly concentrated in those uses, and that there's also a crossover between cultural / religious / community uses, particularly in this area, which needs to come out a little bit more strongly, I think, in terms of recognition and possible protection. But there are quite a few other points in there as well. Maybe we should start with the road use.
So the proposals to manage the highway network aren't intended to reduce its capacity. What it's proposing is that rather than 2 carriageways, you have 1 carriageway, which can then free up space for loading, for servicing, for example, for the businesses, pick up, drop off, for example, for the churches. When we did the consultation on the design code for Hatcham Road, we did it inside the Penarth Centre on a Friday afternoon. We had a long conversation with the mosque, and they said, oh, that's a great idea, because that's what we do at the moment. We operate it as a one-way system, because there is so many vehicles on there, and the roads are quite narrow, so that makes sense. I mean, of course, the actual design of that would be subject to a future consultation. So while we're setting out the principles here, the actual design of it, where are the loading bays, how many, where is the planting, So there would be a consultation on that. The actual width of the street would be getting wider, because what we've been achieving in new developments is that they're setting back, so the kind of building to building widths would be wider, which also helps enable wider footways, additional planting then on the footways. Since we prepared the plan, the area's become a controlled parking zone, and there are restrictions through the Section 106 on the residential developments, so that future residents can't park on street. There is some disabled parking which is provided with the developments. We're trying to increase capacity as well. We mentioned the other day by ensuring that new developments are providing these routes through the blocks, also to provide additional service space, which isn't there at the moment. And you can see that has been built into the development on 60 Hatcham Road, which is at the north end of Hatcham Road, and likewise at 180 Hatcham Road, which is in the middle there. So what it's trying to do is we're trying to reconcile the demands of different uses, whether that's the faith premises there, the businesses, and residents. And I suppose it's recognised in the design code. So if you have a look on page 6 of that code, which deals with movement, and it talks about some of those challenges.
Thanks. What measures does this plan or the Southwark plan make for the uptake in parking for the religious uses? We heard last week that parking is central to their viability because people come from all around, and transport's not amazing at the times that they want to come. So, are there provisions?
I mean, there isn't a provision specifically for faith premises. There is parking available on the streets, often now because it's a CPZ. Faith premises do have to pay for it. Some of the premises do have their own parking or their own kind of servicing and loading bays. So, for example, on the scheme that's been built out at 12 to 38 Hatcham Road, you'll see that the church on that site have got their own off-street parking. Very much through the plan, obviously encouraging use of sustainable modes, so buses, walking, cycling. The whole thrust of the master plans that we're putting in place is to try to make these areas more permeable, to try to create easier access to the Old Kent Road. If you look specifically at Hatcham Road, for example, and you look at redevelopment of the Tustin estate, we have built in effectively a new road linking Ormside Street and the Old Kent Road, which provides, as an example of that, this street here, which has just been built, which is an example of that improved permeability. We mentioned in our session with TfL that we're also looking at potential to extend one of the bus routes, potentially the 415 up Ilderton Road, because there isn't a lot of bus provision. There's only one bus service currently on Ilderton Road, and given the amount of development there, we and TfL would be keen to get another service onto Ilderton Road.
And Millwall's an interesting one that hasn't come up yet. If they are lucky enough to get into the Premiership next year, what impact has been taken into account there?
I mean, Millwall work very closely with the police and community wardens to help manage the way that their fans and the away supporters move around the site. Obviously, there's direct access up onto the South Bermondsey station from the den, from the club, and I think most of the supporters, certainly the away supporters, will use that route to get back up to the station and to move out of the area. But again, I mean, it's an issue that can be managed through, for example, parking controls or other measures.
And just say, certainly the brief for the design guidance to the architects who delivered that design guidance on our behalf was very much about the importance of servicing business uses in the area, and the brief was definitely not I think as has been described, as a public ramification of the area, just for the sake of closing roads, planting things up. So we were very definitely wanting the design guidance to pick up this importance of both a mix of residential and business uses, and trying to achieve that balance with adequate on-street servicing, car parking, and off-street servicing that Mr. Cutts has referenced.
Mr. Okoya, Soval Kent Road, hello there.
If you don't mind, I want to jump to site-specific issues, that particular area.
Would you just be able to put your mic just a bit closer? Thank you.
Yes, I said, if you don't mind, I would like to be a bit of site-specific of that particular area 4. I'm here to represent Rahman Mosque, which is one of the faith organizations in that environment. Firstly, if you recall, the trajectory of that area is more of an industrial estate. If you look at it now, it's becoming more of residential, and making it residential is having its own more negative impact on some of the organizations that have been there for over 30 years. At Rahman Mosque, for instance, we are a UK charity organization, and we have over 5,000 members. But on every occasion, say on Sundays, which is our prime service, we do have roughly 1,000 congregants coming to that area for service. And it's not just a mosque, we also have a community center that supports that community, not only Nigerian-based, but that wider community for social networking and other things. And what we've realized is that our street, for instance, which is Record Street is by Homeside at Acham, is not in the picture at all. And I don't think my organization or sister organization in that neighborhood were consulted in the planning of that area. And what we are seeing now is commercialization of that area by Sodok Council. In the recent past, say about 12 months back now or before now, we've tried to reach out to Sodok to say what is happening now is now becoming abnormal. And in terms of redeployment, redevelopment of that area, we need to also be part of the process. We need to be part of the stakeholders to be consulted to give input into whatever they are coming up with. Within the last 6 months, I have a statistics here. Parking has become a major constraint for members to the extent that we've lost. When I say we've lost, we've actually, the members that have stopped coming is more about 60% of our numbers, even before COVID, because of the new pay as you park new introduction on Homeside, Record Street and Acham Street and other adjacent streets. Now, what has led to that is the Sodok Council have found that area to be a cash cow. When you come in on a Friday, which is our prime service for the Juma service for Muslims, and on Sunday when we come around for the usual social networking, community servicing, Islamic faith service, we have, as I said earlier, roughly 750, 1,000 people coming around. You see the parking attendants around for, and let me put it this way, all the roads have now changed from a single no lining to double yellow, meaning that you cannot even park. The very limited parking bay that were created have now been taken over by the new development, residential buildings, especially on Record Street and by Old Kent Road, adjacent to Asham. Now, these new tenants occupy the very few and limited parking space meant for faith organizations like the churches and the likes of As-Salatu Rahman. Now, what then happened is, as early as 9 o'clock up to 10 p.m., you see the parking attendants issuing PCN to all members, and that has actually stopped people from coming. Not only stopped them from coming, that is the negative impact on our side, that has actually impacted on our earnings in terms of membership subscription that people need to pay on monthly. And it is from that income that we pay business taxes. We do some other payment to Sodok Council. That has impacted on us seriously. We are now struggling even to pay. And we've made attempts to speak to Sodok Council to say, this is what is going on. There should be a sort of understanding between Sodok and these faith organizations for the period that they do their services. Even if it's just 2 hours, for instance, on my own side, on Fridays, 2 hours for the Juma service, that there should be free parking, or there should be a sort of concession for us, or even if we have to, we've offered to even employ other volunteers to monitor and ensure people are adhering to the parking conditions. We don't obstruct traffic flows and so on. That has not really happened. Rather, what we do get every time is parking ticket, to the extent that even the association van that we used to put our forecourt, we are being issued parking contravention notices every time. And I wonder what is happening. We've been in that locality for about 30 years. We've been part of the development from Homeside to Record Street to Acham Street, likewise to the extension of Edatin Road. But we are not getting any support from the council with what is going on. That is one on the parking side. The other thing is the business rate that is being imposed on faith organizations that are duly registered with Charity Commission. We are being treated as commercial, and for every entities, for every attempt to speak to the officers in Sodok Council is not really yielding any positive result. Now, with what is happening now, with this plan, with this action plan, with this regeneration coming up, it appears, one, we are not part of the process. Two, we are not part of the consultation. Three, we are not part of what we are seeing here. No consultation at all. Nobody is recognizing our presence there, despite the number of years we've seen. If this should go ahead, what is likely to happen is we are being pushed out of that area. And when we leave that area, it has its own major impact. If you look at the number of youths that we cater for in that community, it's huge. People come around to do social networking. We have IT facility in the building. We have a mosque. We have something like a crèche for Islamic faithfuls. And from 3 p.m. every day, you see influx of people to that particular building. It's a massive multi-million pounds building that has all these facilities. But with what is happening now, we are likely to lose all these youths coming around, and that will have impact in the community, because if they don't have where to go to, unlike the old days, they have hubs to go to, which are being closed now, and they always resort to our building. Now, with what is happening, we are likely to lose all those numbers to the streets, and we all know the attendance of possibilities of what they will go into if they don't have a place to resort to for their own social networking. That is another thing. And more importantly is to recognize the layout. The layout as in and out in all the streets, and there's always congestion by the businesses and the new rising up residential buildings. You have this high tower on Record Street by Acham Street. It has about, I think it's council owned, roughly about over 90,000, 90 units of flats on that street. You come to Acham Street by Edatin, yes, by Edatin, there's another massive building that has over 300 flats, and they're all coming to this area with this just mini little road connection, and that area is always congested. In terms of crime, yes, if you come to that area now, there are no CCTV in that environment. We provided for every incident that happened in that area. Police always resorts to us to give them access to our CCTV for images and so on. There is no support from council whatsoever, and I don't see that in this plan, that council is proposing to do similar thing. We are the source of this information to police when there is crime in that area. And I want your good self and this sitting to look into some of these areas to project it into whatever action that is being planned for that area and for us to be consulted also going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I'm going to be in the area tomorrow. What would be the best time? I can visit day or night. I'm just going to walk around on my own. What would be the best time for me to visit to tomorrow if I could see some of those pressures?
Tomorrow I can do from late afternoon, if that is fine, late afternoon.
Okay, Mr. Levitt, I'll probably come past the Penn Centre about the same time then, late afternoon. Okay. Mr. Brearley, do you want to add anything to those comments?
Yes, please. Thank you. Well, these challenges with streets point to the fundamental unrealism of this scenario being rolled out across OKR 16. You do wonder why the decision was taken in the first place to try to pile lots of housing in there. But we are where we are. We can't change that. We're stuck with it. But we can do things pragmatically on this question of streets, movement, access, public realm. And I think it's important, I think we're getting it from the two contributors over here, to challenge the recurring tendency in the AAP to present in drawings and text future street arrangements with a kind of degree of certainty that the evidence doesn't justify, and I don't think they're appropriate in this document. The problem is that they repeatedly push in one direction, assumptions regarding carriageway narrowing, loading arrangements being constricted more, servicing, parking changes, access, adding street trees, adding build-outs, adding public realmification in general. All things hard to not like on their own, but the issue isn't whether they're desirable, it's whether they're being shown as though they're settled, because these matters are very challenging, very contested, really difficult things, and they get resolved elsewhere through focused processes that relate to streets, not through showing them as though they've already been decided in the AAP. I mean, it's worth saying, for example, the process of introducing a controlled parking zone, it's already happened, but that immediately has consequences. We lost, for example, a substantial taxi repair business because suddenly they couldn't park their customers' taxis on the street on which they're dependent. Several businesses lost the capability to load from curb because the curb had been filled with pay-for parking bays, like the ice producer, for example. You now see them having to trundle along the road to where they've managed to park a van. It's all become hugely more awkward. What's happening is, because the streets are not particularly wide, that's because of the history of OKR 16, they're not going to get significantly wider. And at the same time, though, existing businesses remain, new businesses are arriving, residential use is increasing, development intensity is increasing, goods deliveries are increasing, including to the residential, collections are increasing, business parking pressures are increasing, and yet pushing inwards, the council's drawings keep showing more trees, more public realm, all that stuff. The space required for all the functions is finite, hence there is a big tension. We see radiuses shrinking, we see breezeways being built that you can't properly swing a goods vehicle into, so they just end up being used as car parking. It's all very awkward. The only point on that is it shouldn't be showing these aspirations that all seem to point in one direction without really resolving the challenges in the AAP. That's not the place to have out these very subtle, complex issues.
Thanks. Yeah, a few issues there. Similar challenges, I guess, between, or there's some parallels between the use of the streets for businesses and religious uses, whereby the space on the street seems to be an extension of their operations, almost, and vital for the sort of continued viability. And I'm just interested in the council's approach to that challenge, really.
I mean, I think Mr. Brady has hit the nail on the head. If we are looking to intensify development within areas like Hatcham Road, where we're looking to increase residential use, retain business space, grow business space, retain faith premises, that there are going to be impacts on the street, and I think it's legitimate that the plan identifies ways in which it can mitigate those impacts. What we see here are objectives. There isn't a detailed design of the streets here. That will be done through detailed consultation under highways legislation in the way that the council did on the controlled parking zone. But there will be detailed plans which are presented and which are consulted on, and that then provides an opportunity to look at things like the radius of curves, proximity of, planting, for example, to or ways in which that might be impacting on businesses. But it's at that stage that you can then look at those kind of very detailed issues. But I think it's legitimate in the plan to set out how you think that they can be mitigated.
Coming back to Mr. Orokoya's point about car parking and engagement with the council, particularly about the car parking zone, and I think your ask was for could there be a 2-hour parking window or some arrangement in terms of parking in relation to the mosque. Absolutely happy to help you have that conversation with our highways department. If you've had no success yet in getting in touch with them, and obviously we have a new administration at Southwark, so it's a good opportunity to kind of explore the issues that you describe. So happy to try and enable that for you. I mean, I can't in this meeting guarantee that you're necessarily going to get an answer that is the one that you want. But I mean, at least the least we could do is get you in touch with the people who might be able to help with that. And business rates came up last week. Business rates. There is an appeal process. I mean, in a sense, the business rates sit outside the plan process as such. But again, if you feel like it's been really hard to get hold of somebody at the council to talk about business rates, again, we can help you at least get in touch with the people you need to speak to. Albeit, I can't guarantee that you're going to get your business rates reviewed.
Thank you. Moving on to a slightly different point about industrial accommodation design requirements. So it's been a generic point coming up. I think this is a good area to mention it. The requirements need to be much more clearly defined. There are some useful things said in the AAP, but they're rather scattered. Some's in the sub-areas, some's in design, some's in, I can't remember, maybe the business space bit. It's scattered. But across all that, it's not sufficient. Many important operational requirements are absent altogether. Simple things like business vehicle parking, loading including HGVs. Even the smallest businesses, industrial type, sometimes have an HGV delivery. Access doors, column and plan regularity, clear ceiling heights, lift sizes where relevant. This is really straightforward stuff, but it's not really resolved, and there's no single place in the AAP where that sits to help this drive towards getting. I think everyone's on the same drive to get genuinely fit for purpose industrial accommodation and define it. That really matters. Space labelled industrial, what we lovingly call faux industrial, is not the same as space that's actually suitable. And there are examples, you might spot them when you do your independent wander around. There are some in OKR 16 that were labelled industrial and they're not. And some of them are sitting empty. And that's through not having the right kind of, well, one part of the challenge is I don't think the guidance was clear enough, and I don't think the negotiation processes therefore pushed exactly the right things to get it right. Another point, just to emphasize, this is another really good illustrator of the ways in which the retention and relocation and decant process isn't working. The weakening of this area's economy, in the Hatcham industrial area, has been happening. Litho printers, Tradewinds went, Purpose powder coating, Floyd's, recycling businesses, scaffold and building supply businesses, the hat makers went, the repair businesses mostly gone, the laundry's gone, dozens of studio businesses have been pushed out. This area actually experienced the most intense land trading activity, some of it pretty unpleasant, associated with the opportunity area right at the start in the first few years. And the economy that remains is vibrant, but it feels very fragile. The current relative stability owes more to the slowing down of redevelopment than any grand design, sadly. And a substantial proportion of those, I get it about 200, happy to share the evidence behind that, businesses that we've lost from the area thus far in this whole process. A hefty proportion of them were from this Hatcham industrial area. The lesson is clear again, that you've got to get the revision of those policies right, including the front ending of all the requirements at the first pre-app meeting, not in the legals after approval has been given, is when the question of who's there now and how are they going to be helped to return to the site or be relocated or find somewhere else. Absolutely critical. And the final little one is just a yes agreement. The phase split. I know there's been discussions earlier in the examination about whether there should or shouldn't be much more flexibility about the phase 1, phase 2 split. I think it's right to support the distinction between phase 1 and phase 2 in this area. It's quite pragmatic but sensible, but it's also really important to keep giving certainty to the places that, phew, we're not in phase 1. It helps stabilize an area like this and let it flourish again. It helps repeating some of that speculative land trading process that people have suffered and the premature displacement pressures that have pushed out a lot of businesses so far. The answer to worries about uncertainty, part of the answer is for sure not to blur the distinction more between phase 1 and phase 2.
Thank you. Three main points of consideration there. Let's pick up on the industrial accommodation design first. I suspect that might be going back to the whole argument with flexibility and prescriptiveness as well. Is that the case?
Well, I think there's a bigger picture question about flexibility in relation to what's shown as configurationally on the master plans and the specified use mixes and development types plot by plot, where I would argue greater flexibility is needed, and in phase 2 areas, removal of the detail is needed. But then when you come on to the specific question of the requirement for a particular type, just as you have requirements for housing that are very clear, you need to be as clear as possible out what you mean by industrial, what is a decent industrial space to suit smaller, medium, larger occupiers, and what are the basic requirements, and that's what's not pinned down enough.
So the design guidance for business space is set across several parts of the plan. So there is a area-wide policy which is part of AAP 12 on design, and that's industrial mixed use, vertical co-location, as well as standalone stacked industrial. So there are a number of detailed points there around the way in which industrial spaces should be designed within co-location schemes. Then within the building typologies plans, there's a description about the way that works with diagrams, again giving greater clarity to the way in which that works, and that's followed up by the design guidance which is published, in the case of Hatcham Road, across pages 210, 212, 213. I mean, if you look at the images which are on page 213, they actually have been very helpful in consulting. So when we were consulting on the design code for Hatcham Road, we spoke with a lot of the landowners around there. And when they saw these diagrams, there were quite a few people for whom the penny dropped, because I suppose while we were talking about mixed-use development before that, the assumption of a lot of the businesses around there was that we were talking about a Tesco, a retail store below a development, but actually in showing on plan that isn't what's envisaged, and showing how those spaces can be provided has been very helpful. Both for the businesses who are based around there, but also for developers, because they can see here very graphically what is expected, and can see that this is space which is purpose-built for light industrial uses. And of course then there's further detail which is in the Section 106 agreement around the specification of these spaces. I think that's a level of detail which is too great for an AAP document. But that does ultimately then underpin the way that this is delivered.
Mr. Brelli?
Well, it tells us that there's going to be facsimile gas lights in one of the parks and various other very strange, super-specific details. I don't see why it's over-detailed to say if it ain't rectangular and if it hasn't got a regular and widely spaced columns, it's not suitable for most industrial users. If it hasn't got a door that's 3 meters by 3 meters, say as a minimum, there's going to be not many industrial users who find it useful. If it hasn't got level thresholds and it's barrier 3 so you can trundle a pallet truck or drive a forklift truck, that's not industrial space. These are very, very straightforward, known things, and they just need saying, so there's more chance of the planning officers pushing for them. Because the evidence is out there. You can imagine as much as you like, but we're not seeing good industrial space, and we're not seeing the new space that's coming forward that's labelled industrial, occupied by the businesses that need the space. It's not happening.
Larger multi-storey industrial uses may require more than one lift. Siting of lift and access cores within the industrial elements should maximise the potential for industrial use to be subdivided into smaller units to maximise flexibility. So our view is that there is an appropriate level of detail within the plan.
Yes, and the design section that Mr. Cutch has referred to, certainly the schemes as built do provide those lifts with those capacities, and they are part of the pre-application discussion, because Mr. Brady is absolutely right. If you're talking about these things at the point where you're negotiating the Section 106 agreement, then that's way too late. The list of things that we put in there, many of them have been informed with conversations with Mr. Brealey over the last 8 years. For instance, the Southern Optivo scheme on Glengall Road has a goods lift. It's designed to have a pallet kind of trolleyed into it, and it's designed to have that pallet come off the servicing roads, which was the servicing bay of the previous business that existed on the site, to take it down into that workspace and for it to service both the ground and the upper floors. Similarly, 180 Ilderton Road also has a lift that performs in the same way, and a pre-application stage, that's certainly part of the conversation that we have with developers. I would go back to the point that 7 or 8 years ago, it was very difficult to get developers in this area into those conversations. One of the advantages of the plan, the draft plan, is that it's in effect become a kind of socialised thing with developers, and it's something they're expecting us to ask. And also within AAP 5, we talk about fit out, which we touched on last week, which is about power, heating and lighting. We secure those elements through 106, for instance, the power also includes power sufficient, three-phase power sufficient for commercial uses. Again, that's derived partly from GLA guidance, partly from conversations with Mr. Brady over the years about the things you need to make these uses viable and deliverable. And 62 Hatcham Road, Mr. Cutts mentioned, there are businesses in there which are manufacturing things. They're not huge businesses, but it's the idea of one of the principles of the plan is to have that broad range of uses, from those smaller spaces to the very large spaces, such as the British Land scheme at 25 Mandela Way.
So just one point in regard to the fit out. One of the concerns I had is the actual size of the ventilation that have been spec'd in the new buildings, being on the small side for like a lot of processes. And also having visited 62 Hatcham Road as well, knowing that the way that a lot of the ventilation is done is that it vents to the outside of the building rather than through the core. So it doesn't allow for anything where you're ventilating things other than fresh air. For example, like if you were to have like a kiln or any sort of industrial process that has fumes, or even in the future if these were to like be modified into like kitchen spaces and things like that, the actual core ventilation is quite small. There was some other points that I wanted to go on, but maybe it's best to address that.
Anything to address there?
Yeah, I think it's something that we're keen to learn from experience. We have adapted the specification fit out over the years that we used in the Section 106, and that's in the light of learning from, for example, 62 Hatcham Road and other schemes.
Okay, let's address Mr. Brealey's second point, which was the happy coincidence of co-located uses and the organic way that that's grown and how that'll be preserved in the AAP.
The use class is secured through the Section 106. It's not just a generic E use, but it is specifically light industrial, and that's set out in the Section 106 EG3. So if you want to change it to an office use, which one or two landowners have done, that requires planning permission and a consent from the council.
Just to sort of go on from that, I guess like with the fit outs as well, allowing for the fact that there's such a broad range of businesses that could kind of take these spaces on, that I believe the fit out should be done to like quite a minimum standard, but with some sort of grant scheme or some of the Section 106 money that can be allocated to then deploy for those fit outs, to allowing the businesses to like determine how these spaces are, and also that they can be subdivided again internally and things, because a lot of them have the existing, you've got the slab and then you have a lot of the pipe work, the servicing from the flats above that actually protrude into those spaces, and it's something that doesn't really allow for subdividing so easily without losing a lot of height, having to box those in. So even though you say it's got a 4 metre height, it effectively doesn't if you want to subdivide rooms within those. I just think there needs to be a lot more work looking at what's already been done and how that works, but also speaking to like potential businesses that want to set up and looking and saying, how do you want these spaces to actually be, and sort of putting in a lot of like groundwork with those units. Because just to talk about the 3 examples that came to mind, there's 62 Hatcham Road, where there's still spaces that are for let there after it being developed in 2020, is that correct? So that's, 5 years on. V22, which is 180 Hatcham Road, Alderton Road, sorry, that was vacated in 2018. We're now in 2026, that still hasn't been filled. And if we look at the corner of Ormside Street and what used to be the Gilbert Dyer building, that one has sat empty now since 2019. So like, there's a huge amount of stagnation from where 62 Hatcham Road was, prior to that was studios, maker space, things were going on there. 180, the old V22 space had hundreds of artists in, and so, I don't know, it's just the reality of what's actually unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, there are still 2 vacant units at 62 Hatcham Road. And, we've been in conversation with Calmars, who are marketing it, about the reasons why that might be. Some of it might relate to the fact, as you say, that there are, for example, soil pipes coming down through the site, coming down through the space, and that's something that we have sought to address in more recent developments to ensure that all those soil pipes are diverted to the exterior, or to the exterior of the building, so that you don't get soil pipes coming down through the site. 180 Elterton Road, unfortunately, the contractor went into administration about 2 weeks, about 2 months before it actually completed. And our understanding is that while there is a user and a management company that would like to take that ground floor space, it still doesn't have builder control sign-off, which is why it's not yet in use. But there is a management company that would like it, and they also have interest from a supermarket, and it may be that we can divvy up part of the front that's on Ilverston Road. There's a planning application at the moment for a small supermarket there. Gilbert Dyer, the council took enforcement action against the use of that site, I think, as a faith premises, and there was a consent, but that's since expired.
Thanks. Ms. Cahoon?
Thanks. I just wanted to sort of highlight how, I think you pointed to AAP 12. Yeah, AAP 12 under design. I think a sort of example of how the area action plan hasn't really been updated with the current situation on the ground. 180 Ilderton Road is given as an example or an exemplar example of co-located workspace, and I appreciate the difficulties with businesses going bust and there not being completion of spaces, but it might then be appropriate to update that image or example with one that is a successful industrial use, I think, for instance, having good examples would be a very good start, as opposed to ones that haven't actually materialized. That's one point. The second point is, I think, as you've just said, that there's now a suggestion that that will be a supermarket. I think that's also evidence that these spaces are not being designed for light industrial uses or industrial uses. If uses that are supermarkets are coming forward, that's not an industrial use. And I think that kind of, again, speaks to, I appreciate the sort of effort and the difficulty in trying to craft and not be too prescriptive about how these spaces should be, and trying to sort of reach a balance between flexibility and prescription. But we can see that it isn't working. So there should be some sort of effort in this point to kind of consider perhaps either more specific examples, or maybe even dividing up these sub-areas where there are requirements for delivery of employment spaces or light industrial spaces, and for the design requirements under AAP 12 to actually respond to more specific sub-uses. So for instance, if you had industrial mixed use, it's divided into industrial mixed use, vertical co-location, or standalone stacked industrial. Those two differences, perhaps it would benefit from more differentiation within those differentiated uses. If there's a difficulty in trying to find a balance between prescription and flexibility, that can be included in the sub-areas instead. Does that make sense, what I've just said? Sorry.
Yes.
I mean, if I could just clarify on 180 Alderton Road, so there is an image of it that you can see on page 79 of the plan. I mean, it's a light industrial space which was built over 3 floors. There was a requirement to fit out the affordable element of that, which the developer has done. Since that point, we are requiring developers now to fit out the entirety of this space to help ensure that the spaces are occupied quickly. I mean, there has been a particular issue on this site around the contractor, but they are not far now from being able to hand it over to that workspace manager, who is very keen to get hold of it and is very confident it will let. It's over 3 floors. The proposal for the Sainsbury's is on a very small part of the ground floor. So it's by no means the entirety, it's just part of the ground floor within a 3-story building. And that does actually respond to comments that we've had from some of the businesses and through our community review panel, where some people do see the need for some retail space, for example, on Ilderton Road. And we've also had people keen to see additional cafe or restaurant spaces, for example, on Ilderton Road.
Thank you. Anything else for sub-area 4? Thank you. Good. Let's move on to sub-area 5 then. We'll see how far we get by about 1:15. Gone too far. South Bermondsey. Now, I'd like to open with Savills, please, since you've been so patient this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So just to start, we note the proposed modifications MM19 following the dialogue last week, and we welcome their inclusion in principle, so thank you. We do have some minor comments on their text, but I'll come to those later.
Just before you go on, sorry, I've done it again. Would it be useful for people to have your document open?
Yeah.
Okay, that is... I've got too many in front of me, just bear with me. It's not that one. Oh, here it is, 5310. Thanks, thank you.
Okay. So just to recap, IPEF continues to be supportive of the overall principle of the AAP and the ambitions of Sub-Area 5. Just to provide some context, my clients informed the 2020 master plan and they met with the council in July 2025. As part of this meeting, we agreed that additional wording would be provided to emphasise the element of flexibility. We do note that Council proposed modification 17 around typologies, and we do welcome this. However, we don't really think it goes far enough, and after that discussion, we were expecting a bit more and a bit more comfort in terms of phasing and the access to, as it's not just about the land uses. As part of Mod 17, the Council has included wording to clarify that the typologies are indicative only, but the same approach has not been applied to phasing and access. So we think that that poses room for confusion. So for example, a typology is indicative, but access isn't, or phasing isn't. So we thought that was quite confusing. So to clarify matters, we've proposed a schedule of arrangements as part of our written representations. These are minor in nature, but they would go a long way towards clarifying matters and just leaving no room for confusion. We do understand that you've since included modification 19, so we would also like the table to be considered if possible, but obviously that's at your discretion. If that's not possible, we would urge for the access position to be considered. So in figure SA 5.5, we've got an arrow which indicates access from Network Rail land onto our client's land. So that's not correct. Network Rail do not have legal rights over our client's land. The inclusion is speculative at this stage. So we would recommend for the arrow, which we've identified in our reps, to just be omitted in its entirety.
Okay, thanks. I think it might be useful to go through the mods that you've provided in your statement one by one, and then we can address any of the mods that have been made since your last representations. Okay, so they are on towards the end of Savil's statement. Do you need the reference again? Okay. It's 5310, and you've got the list of mods on the third and second last pages? Great, okay. So the first one relating to page 223. Now, this and the second one relate to the indicative nature of the plans. Are there any comments?
Yeah, I don't think we need to write indicative again here. So this is addressed through the changes that we've made to AAP1.
Yes, I think that's valid. Okay, third. Yes, again, a minor wording change.
We think it's, so sorry, we're talking site allocation master plan?
No, the stacked industrial warehouses, 224, second one on 224.
I suppose, I mean, the objective of the master plan and the strategy for sub-area 5 is to intensify the use of the space. We think that it's reasonable that if there is to be redevelopment and if new developments to be built, it should have more than one floor.
Okay.
That's been delivered at the moment, so we have just approved a building for Network Rail on their portion of the site, which is down here. That's a 4-storey kind of maintenance and industrial unit.
Okay, in terms of the wording though, in that third mod in there, between the and any, is there any objection to the council, from the council?
I mean, it's not a big thing, but I would stick with the word the, because
as you say,
if there are stacked industrial warehouses, then by definition there'll be more than one floor.
As you say, it's minor in nature. We think it's not going to necessarily be stacked industrial warehouses across the entire site, so we think any is more specific, but...
Okay, yeah, we're happy to make that change. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. 227, last one on that first page of mods, comes down to, I think, an AAP1 change. Okay, so that's 3 no's and a yes so far that I've got. Okay, 3 more mods on the second page. Now, there's some additional wording on 228. Do you just want to give a bit of context to that?
Yeah, that's fine. So effectively, we just wanted some clarification, like we've done in MM19, to be carried through to the sub-area to specify that the master plan is one way of the site for the site to come forward and not the only way. We did note in the representations provided by the council, there was a statement about alternative typologies or alternative access and servicing arrangements. We had a query with that because it makes it sound like the information is the only way to develop the site and it's sacrosanct. So we just wanted to provide additional text, just again to show that flexibility. It doesn't contradict MM19, so it's just to effectively reiterate the point, really.
I mean, I think our view would that it is covered within MM7 and the text on either side of that, which does imply that flexibility. So the sites provide scope for a range of typologies, which include the provision of warehousing spaces, trade counters, light industrial units of varying sizes. We have said there that the industrial intensification typologies shown below are indicative. Buildings can be scaled up and down in height, delivered independently or in phases. Adapting the industrial offer within these sizes to adapt over time and respond to market demand. So I think our view would be that that adequately describes the flexibility that there is on the size.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Right, revision to the plan title on page 229. That's the next one. Hang on a moment. I'm not sure that's correct, 229. Regards to a plan, and there's diagrams on page 229 that I have.
Which title is it?
Yeah, page 229, I think we've literally just got a picture. So
Yeah, so that's my 229. Is that the page you're referring to?
Sorry, we've got this online.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
Can you show me again?
Sub-areas, so we've just got this
Okay.
with
Right.
no context, so we just wanted to include some context around it.
Can you help me find that in the... Thanks.
So we've got 228 phases 4 and 5, and then on, yeah, we've got 228 there, and then on page 229, we've got a plan without context. Okay.
Okay. No, let's get to the bottom of this. Right. Let's work backwards from the alligator. So, right. Do you mind me looking over your shoulder?
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Okay. Can we go to the end of the? Can we go to the end of the document?
Yeah.
Work back. Just make sure we've got the same version. So, I've got the alligator. Okay. Right. So we have. Oh, sorry.
That's all right. Yeah.
Okay. Parks and communities.
Yeah.
Okay. Blue line.
Yeah.
Service and road network. Okay. The paving. Sorry. The aha.
Okay. So you've got that plan, and I've got this one.
Yeah. Okay. So let's find the one that you're after then. Is it this one?
We were talking about this one.
Okay. That's similar in terms
I
of
think
what
it's
it
the
shows.
same plan, just different
Yeah,
modelling
okay.
here.
Right. Okay. Well, this one doesn't have a. This one doesn't have a title. So
No.
right.
And also we haven't been able to review the proposed heights and issue comment because this is a version. So it might be something that we'd like to issue comment on at a later date if possible.
Right, okay, just a moment. Okay, just so that's on mic, there's a disparity in the versions that we're using. The version that Ms. Squia, thank you, has, is that Italian? Okay, thank you. We have a difference in that it does show the upper part that she's referring to with the phasing. It doesn't show the lower part with the tiers and the heights. Savills hasn't had a chance to review that. I'm inclined to say it's probably a bit too late in terms of, I'm not inviting any further consultations today. However, if there's something that comes through in the mods, then there'd be an opportunity to comment then.
Yeah, we'll comment at that stage.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine. If possible, I would like to make it clear just that we haven't had sight of the heights on your plan, and obviously that's quite key.
Yes.
So we'll raise that at the mods.
Okay. But going back to the original point, which was the title of the plan, this one doesn't have a title, so I don't think the mod applies.
No, exactly. That's fine.
The actual code. Just to be clear, can I ask you, Rachel, just to check that the current version online. Great. Okay, it is the right one. Okay, good.
Okay, that's fine.
Great, thanks. Sorry, I'm not sure where you got the previous version from.
We can skip.
Right, okay, and your final one on those then is a larger point. Oh, no, hang on, it's just the arrow on page 231, which you were speaking about. So, plan needs to be revised to admit the small arrow indicating access from IPIF's land to Network Rail land, which is specifically is it the one pointing down towards South Birmingham? No, show me.
This one here.
Oh, it's that one there, right, okay. Yes. Okay, is that a valid request?
So there are three landowners who own land here. So you have the IPIF that own the frontage. You have Network Rail who own the land to the rear, and also parts of the land up around the railway viaduct. And then you've got the Arch Company, which own land within the arches. What we were looking to do within the plan, and when we did the design code, was to see how you could optimise these sites to maximise their potential. And the way in which you could do that was to rationalise the way that these sites are serviced. Now, we understand that there is an issue with legal rights. This plan isn't intending to show who's got what rights over which land. What it is trying to show is how you could optimise development in order to produce the best result. Ultimately, if it wasn't possible for the parties to come together to look at whether they could agree the way in which access works, then the proposals would have to adapt to respond to that. But we think it is legitimate, at least, to show the way in which the land could be developed, which does optimise the use of those sites. I mean, I'm aware that the parties have been in discussion around who owns what, the use of the land and the access rights, and that's a commercial discussion for them.
I think we're in disagreement on that position just because it effectively shows something that isn't there. It won't come forward. Network Rail do not have rights over that land. Their access needs to be via Jarrow Road and Ballina Road. And because this holds no legal weight or anything like that, we don't want other parties to have ammunition over our client's land by putting something in the public domain that can't reasonably be accessed and which my client wouldn't be happy to facilitate.
This is another aspect of the issue, I think, with in terms of indicativeness or illustrativeness and flexibility as well. Can we apply that to this?
Well, of course, AAP1, it would apply to this. The way that, as I say, we have granted a consent for part of this land here. That's accessed from Jarrow Road, which comes up here, as well. It has also an access onto Ballina Road, which is in Lewisham. One of the reasons, or the reasons why we were trying to facilitate an access through onto Rotherhithe New Road is that actually the Jarrow Road access is very narrow, and the sight lines as you emerge from the top of that are quite restricted because you've got the railway bridge on one side of it. So the way that Network have to operate it is that is effectively one way, and I think they would use a banksman up there as well to ensure that vehicles can access the site safely. At the other end, the access is onto Ballina Road, which I mentioned is in Lewisham. Because Lewisham have an aspiration that they granted planning consent for to redevelop the land around the Den in Bermondsey. That's the new Bermondsey scheme. Intensify the use of that to provide new commercial space and residential space. So again, we were trying to, I suppose, facilitate a scenario in which traffic didn't necessarily need to come through a development or an area which is likely to become more mixed and residential in the future. The route onto Rotherhithe New Road is much more direct. It goes straight onto the strategic highway network, albeit there are commercial issues around who's got what rights, which the three parties are discussing.
I'm inclined to think that the indicative thing could cover this. I see your point, but...
That's fine. If I could just conclude with a final point. It is our client's continued position that this is not agreeable to them. We are aware of discussions in the past where compulsory purchase rights could have maybe been utilised for this part of the site, so we don't want something in the public domain and in the plan-making sphere to give ammunition to this initiative, which my client isn't happy with. As I say, the legal rights to that arrow are part of IPIF's interest, so that's the rationale behind it.
Okay, thanks. The comparison I'm drawing is to the discussions that we had earlier with like Constantine and Tate, and just wondering if the council can draw a difference between this situation and those at all in terms of justification for this particular mod.
I mean, just to reiterate what we've said on previous days, we're not intending, we've got no intention at all to CPO access rights. There are other ways of delivering and intensifying business space on this site without the utilisation of that access. It may be harder and it may result in less space coming forward, but that's really a matter for those parties to agree with one another. Okay, I think I've probably gone as far as I can on that one. Right, can we turn to the other mods that you've suggested then? Is that on document EX5 that you're referring to? So you were talking about the mods that have been made already in the hearings and the question of them going far enough.
Yes, I was wondering if I could just set out our comments on MM19, if that's all right.
Sorry? Say that
on
again.
modification 19, so the AAP modification that we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, so would it be useful for you to turn to EX5 document?
Yeah, that's fine, I've got it in front of me.
And point me to the specific
yeah,
improvements
that's
that you might
fine.
make?
So we note that following our dialogue from here in day 3, we've got some new text for AAP1, the master plan. We're happy with it in principle, that's fine, but we note that at the end you've got, but the key principles that they describe will be expected to be delivered.
Sorry, could you say that again?
At the end you've got, but the key principles that they describe will be expected to be delivered.
Yes.
And we were wondering whether, A, given that there's been all this discussion about indicative and illustrative, what are the key principles, that will be expected to be delivered?
Gotcha.
And if we can have some softening around the language, maybe general conformity or addressing them or considering them or something like that in the latter end of that modification.
Is there a case for that?
Yeah, and again, I think the words are chosen carefully. So it's the key principles, not absolutely every detail. But I think it's really important from our point of view as a local authority that we are asking for those key principles to be delivered because we need that point to be able to negotiate with individual developers to give this master plan delivery a degree of discipline. And we've already mentioned general conformity in AAP1, and certainly we were taking that in the sense of general conformity of local plans with the London plan, that you don't have to absolutely repeat everything or apply absolutely everything. But the principles we feel are set out both in the main policy section and in the sub-area section. So there are a number of places where we're stating this isn't absolutely prescriptive. I mean, everybody's made the point that, you know, none of us know exactly what's going to happen over the next 10 years. So our feeling is that wording covers your point, that you know, we're not looking for these things to be absolutely literally rolled out. But my concern would be in changing that wording, that we would dilute this to a point where we didn't have that lever to at least keep the principles with it from being delivered.
I'm going to put on my other hat as an inquiry inspector, which is my usual hat, and if this came before me in an inquiry and there was an argument over what the key principles are and whether they'd been delivered in a specific scheme, I'd be asking, what does key principles mean? Does there need to be more of a definition of that, or less?
Certainly that, you know, there's a possibility of having that as something which is defined in a short glossary, I guess. I mean, I think from our perspective, key principles would be the way the document has been structured in terms of key principles about height, about typology, the stacking of uses, and about access, servicing access. Mr. Breedy's made the point about that. Those things are essential, really, to get this mix of use right. As Mr. Custer said, we're aware of the rights and access issues on the site. The plan is saying, well, this would be a very effective way of getting stacked and intensified industrial use and having access to the highway, the strategic highway. But you know, we can't oblige the various parties to come to that agreement. What we hope the plan does is encourage that kind of agreement. But equally, we don't feel that by stating it in a public document that it's kind of opening a ransom position for various parties to say, oh well, you know, you have to do this because the council are saying that's the way you're having to do it. So we don't feel that stating this in a public document is disadvantaging your client.
Okay, sorry. Yes.
I just wanted to seek clarification for my understanding. So if we're saying that the key principles need to be delivered, but then the sub-area document itself makes provision for indicative elements, does that put us in a position where the indicative master plan is then viewed as sacrosanct, say 6-7 years down the line, and we have to make a case to deviate from something which should be indicative only in the first place? That's my concern, because there's a bit of contradiction between the key principles needs to be delivered and actually this is indicative, maybe this access won't even come forward. So I think I struggle to reconcile that contradiction, especially because from our point of view, just so you know, these assets are IPIP's best performing assets. We won't do anything to them in the near future, but say we do at the latter end of the plan period, our worry is that someone picks up the document and there's a contradiction in that regard.
No, I mean, I think the benefit of this process is it's allowed quite a lot of debate about that balance between flexibility and prescription. You know, I would imagine that in Mr. Rowling's report that there'll be reference to that and where Mr. Rowling's arrives at a conclusion about whether or not we've got that balance right. Again, we have looked to choose the words carefully. I mean, I would completely agree with everybody who's mentioned this, that you know, if we were to do a rigid, prescriptive master plan at any point, you know, it's kind of more or less immediately out of date because, you know, the world is continually changing. On the other hand, we do need to achieve some degree of discipline within an area where there are multiple landowners. And actually, what the point you're making, we've discussed, is that issue of not having a single large landowner. So how can you get the best outcomes in a public interest within that context? So our feeling is we've arrived at that right balance, and that we in 7 years' time. My other assumption, and it goes back to Mr. Brealey's point, is that we won't just stop this plan and think, right, we've ticked that box, we no longer have to look at the Old Kent Road, that we're part of this continuing plan-making process. So the Southwark plan will be reviewed, we'll have the next version of the London plan. We may or may not have a plan for the Old Kent Road in the future. The MPPF currently allows for supplementary plans for areas where there's lots of intense development. We may, as the local authority, kind of review the contents of this plan and fold it into a new Southwark plan. All those things are to be determined. But I would be surprised if in 7 years this hasn't evolved further in the statutory plan-making process. To your point, who do you know who you're dealing with in 7 years' time? You know, are you dealing with people who are completely unreasonable on this side of the table? I mean, all I can say is that we've designed the plan to make it as clear as possible to you and our predecessors. This point about flexibility, and I think we've managed that in the way we've phrased it.
Thanks. Just to the point that you made about key principles, I think it would be beneficial to have a definition of what that is, because I think it leaves too much discretion without that, and one could argue out many must requirements, even though they might be key aspirations of a certain sub-area. So I think it would be very beneficial to have some detail on what we mean by that.
Okay, thank you. I think my view is that, firstly, the policy needs to be read as a whole. And it does say in the middle section of what's been added that we do need to look at the balance between instruction and flexibility. And I think that probably covers most of what you want. But Ms. Coon, and going back to the point I made, I do think that there needs to be some more definition to key principles, what they are. I realise that probably makes the policy more prescriptive rather than less. It may go against what you're asking. But I do think that it reduces ambiguity, and that there needs to be less ambiguity in the prescriptiveness.
I think that's the thing. We don't think that there's anything, we're fine with that. We would just have that clarity for decision making. So we're happy with that. It doesn't mean that it needs to be more prescriptive. It just means what is a key principle, so that there's no room for confusion or misunderstanding later down the line.
Thank you. Is that agreed?
Perhaps we have plan objectives. So we have numbers of homes, numbers of jobs, and then we've got the objectives, which are on page 24 and 25 of the plan. Perhaps in there, could we add a reference to delivering the master plan, for example?
And I think it needs to be called back in AAP1 as well, in the wording there.
Okay. I would I've got a slight hesitation about deciding at this point that some parts of the plan are more important than others, because, as you say, it is intended to be read and around.
Yeah.
We could, certainly we could have a go at drafting something in AAP1, because that's where we now say we'll be expected to deliver the key principles, and it could then run into, and the key principles would include. I'm probably word that quite tightly.
Okay, I'll see what you come up with then. Thank you. Who else wants to raise points? Okay, I'm going to have to call it lunch there because I'm hangry. So, I apologise for running over the lunch break. Ms Cahoon, did you have a point you need to specifically raise on this?
It was just a small point, I think, just as an example, if we were to read that, and I don't mean to labour it unnecessarily, but I do agree, I think there is a bit of confusion around how these two things would be read together as a whole. For instance, if you went under the site, the sub-area 5, it says site requirements, redevelopment should have design guidance, etc., etc., etc. If you then read that with should in principle deliver the key, I can't remember the wording off the top of my head now, sorry, but I think that there's a difficulty in reading those two things together because they are incongruent, and I'm just conscious that that might create further confusion down the line than actually flexibility or clarity. And I do appreciate that it's quite difficult to try and sort of have a precise, flexible reading in it, but I think that will be an issue that comes about quite significantly.
Thank you. Yeah, well, overall, we regard this as one of the stronger and more realistic bits of the AAP. There certainly is the potential for intensification.
Mr Brearley, may I ask that you address the specific point that we had, and can I request that anything else be left for after the lunch break?
Sure, let's do it after then.
Right, as I was saying, I apologise for going over the lunch break and keeping you here into the afternoon, but we do need to break, and we'll have a 40-minute break. We'll see you, well, 45, see you back here at 2:10. Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone. Apologies to those of you who are watching from home. We've started a little bit late. An issue's come up where the version of the plan that's online is a bit different to the working copy that everybody else is using. So the differences, I think, all occur in the last few pages and affect sub-area 5, which we've been discussing this morning. And that is the issue that came to light when Ms. Scalia came with her query regarding the disparity in the plan on page 233. So is there any differences before page 233 that anyone's been able to detect? Right. And from the comparison that I made with you over your shoulder earlier, it looks as though it's only page 233 which is the difference, perhaps. Although I'm not sure you had the alligator on the back or the acknowledgements either on the last two pages. The upshot is that people may not have had the opportunity to comment on, admittedly, a very minor point of the plan, but nonetheless, Savills raised the point that they would want to comment. So I'm going to decide what to do about that. It may be that I run that I ask you to run a consultation in parallel with the main mods, but I'll see what the higher ups think about that. We'll get into what happens next anyway in a moment. Whatever happens, I'll let you know, and I'll let the council know, so that the council can also advise anyone else who may have an interest in this part of the plan. Okay, people have bolted after lunch, faced with the prospect of an afternoon session, turned their tails and run in fear. So thank you, Savills, for staying. Is there anything else you'd like to raise on sub-area 5?
Not on sub-area 5, but I had another point on EXO 5 and the proposed modification. I wanted to
Let me turn to that. I think we're all working from the same version of this one.
Good.
Although I do note that it hasn't been updated. The version I'm working on is 15th of June, and so it doesn't include any of the changes, key actions coming out of yesterday's discussion. And I don't think there's a list of yesterday's actions either online, is there? Okay. Right, okay. Sorry, please continue.
That's okay. So before lunch, we were talking about the key principles and whether they would pose further confusion and what the approach would be. Having had some reflection, I was wondering whether yourself and the council would be agreeable to deleting from as such to delivered. The point of the modification is in the interest of flexibility, so I'm wondering whether that final phrase, as such, they're not supposed to be prescriptive, and mentioning the key principles is onerous anyway. So I was thinking perhaps if we remove it, it could remove any scope for confusion, as the first few sentences are pretty clear.
The whole thing from as such onwards? Right, okay.
The final sentence, effectively, as that might pose more confusion than help.
Yeah, well, that would solve the problem that we were talking about earlier, but does it give enough?
So in effect, just admit those words from the mod to AAP1, because obviously we've added some of the words in to address the issue that was raised today and last week.
Yeah, so the main bulk we're in agreement with. That final sentence is supposed to add more flexibility, but it could actually add more prescription if we start setting out the key principles. So I think if we omit the final sentence, we've got more flexibility. We don't have to start going through the principles again and repeat or pose confusion, so that might solve the issue.
So obviating the need to have a definition of key principles and simplifying everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No.
And the policy still says what we need it to say in terms of the balance.
Yeah.
You've earned your money today. Thank you.
Go home.
I think that's a good lesson to go to lunch when instinct tells you to as well, rather than sticking around longer than we need to. Okay, thank you very much. I'm just going to have a short pause while I sort myself out for the afternoon session, which is intended just to be an informal chat, basically, about the key things that we still need to do and what comes next. So just a 5-minute gap. Thank you. Okay, so, right, as I said, this is an informal session. There's no sort of participation from anyone. We're ready to go again? Thanks. Okay, so I've got a list of things. Firstly, is there anything that the council wants to raise? Any points that have been discussed over the past week or so? Anything else that, anything on any of the actions before I run through the list of stuff? Okay. So, what I'm going to do in this session, it's probably going to be about 15 minutes to half an hour, just set out how things progress from here and the outstanding actions of what we need. So first of all, rising from today, the only action that came out of the session, I believe, was the changes to the 2 mods that Savills suggested. So there was one mod in their list, which was a change, and that was the... third one, so it starts 224 in their list, and then there was the deletion of the sentence that we've just discussed. And they're the only 2 action points from today, a nice short list. Secondly, some submissions are expected today from Southwark Law Centre and Save Old Kent Road. Save Old Kent Road from Mr. Braley because he had to leave, so he's going to send the statement of what he was going to say this afternoon. And 3 points from the Southwark Law Centre about the input into the communities, what they'd like to see. Of course, there is no onus on the council to accept that, but I would suggest, in the interest of cooperation, co-working, and avoiding problems down the line, but that they do consider those. Trying to say that in a least patronising way I can think of. Sorry. Yes. Okay. We'll get onto that in a moment. Right. So yes, throughout the hearings, we've had numerous detailed matters that have been raised about the wording of individual policies, supporting texts, and the need for these have been confirmed along the way, and you've been, Tim and yourself have been great at noting them. So we'll pick up the issues with the action notes, and the EX5 document will continue to be updated, and I'll use that as the master list, if you like, when I'm writing up the post-hearings letter. So there are some outstanding actions, and I think in order of importance, well, the most important one, what I want to see done first is sorting out the equalities impact assessment and the council's opinion. And that is also with reference to the additional comments that came from Save Old Kent Road yesterday. So you'll have seen their statements being uploaded as a document. From my point of view, that is the only issue that could seriously affect the soundness. So I have no power to direct anything at this stage, but if I was in your position, I'd probably go for a legal opinion. Yes, yeah, the whole issue is that it doesn't cover certain options, it excludes certain communities, and yeah, just doesn't do the job that it sets out to do. I have no opinion on that one way or the other. I want to see what you say, and then I'll reach a decision on whether or not parts of it need to be redone, or whether it's sound, if there are any implications for soundness of the rest of the plan.
Okay, so we'll review Save Old Kent Road's further submissions, particularly as they relate to communities which they feel haven't been mentioned or covered by that, and then we will kind of endeavour to do an updated statement and then submit that to you. Yeah. If an updated statement's needed. What I think would be good is if we keep in contact. So you can contact me by writing via Rachel. Just when you do have an update, just let me know and we can decide on the next steps there. Because what happens, the timetable of everything after depends on that first step, I think. Okay. It doesn't mean that you can't continue the next step in tandem, which is the preparation of a communities policy. And as we've discussed over the past week and a bit, it's a bit of a response, I think, to the concerns of the equalities impact assessment, perceived deficiencies that were raised on the first day by Mr. Lee and Mr. Brearley subsequently, but also the fact that when I was reading through the document, as I discussed on the first day, it doesn't only need to have those links to the 4 policies in the Southwark Plan that I identified, 32, 33, a couple of others from memory, I can't remember off the top of my head, but also cover, well, add meat to the bones in terms of the cultural, religious and communities aspects, covering issues such as retention of small businesses and the livelihood of the areas, the happy coincidence that we were talking about this morning, for example, co-location and the vitality that brings, cultural uses, the third spaces that other communities use, not pubs, not alcohol related, maybe not religious, but and relating into that the evening economy, the nighttime economy. And that came out again today, I think, talking about the parking and it's a wide-ranging policy, and I admit that it's a little bit woolly in terms of what I wanted to cover, but yeah,
I'd like to see what you come up with, and again, we can work together on that.
Okay.
Okay? As I mentioned, there are some points that Southwark Law Centre wants to feed in. I'm not going to invite wider comment on that policy. That can be as part of the policy itself can be a main mod. One particular consideration which you might want to, which you should take into account is whether or not the new policy is going to require a revision of any parts of the impact assessment or addition.
Yeah.
Again, that's not something I have a view on or need to direct you on at this point, but it's I'll look at it holistically, what comes to me, and then take a decision on potential soundness then.
And just so we're clear about the mod with the community policy, would you be proposing to get a draft from that from us?
Yeah.
And then not necessarily share it with the people who made representations, but have it as a consultation on the modification.
Yeah.
So that would be the point at which it should be shared.
You can share it if you want. There's no legal requirement to do so.
Yeah.
The only further consultation really is the main mods period, which is 6 weeks. So,
yeah.
But it's up to you. If you want collaboration with the community groups and the people who have made representations, then that's something you can do. There's no formal prescription.
If we were to share that with the community groups and we give you our version and they come back to us and say, well, actually, could you add this, change that, and we felt, yes, they're quite sound suggestions and we would change it again, could we, where would we be in terms of that?
Okay, the main thing is that you and myself agree a version to go out to consultation.
Yeah.
If there's changes, then there comes a point where both of us have to be happy, and the community then gets the final opportunity to comment through the main mods consultation.
Yeah.
So if the council think that there's a point where they need to stop consultation, if they decide to go out to consultation in the first place, then that's for you to decide. My basis is that I need to be happy with what you provide to me.
And in terms of the mechanics of that, if we were to share a draft with you at the end of this week as an initial draft,
yep.
and then we were to share that with the community groups, and then perhaps ask them if they can get back to us with suggestions next week,
yep.
and then we can redraft and then resend to you.
Yep, You're fine. Yep. I'm going to tell you what my timetable is anyway, and the when I've got reserved for plan work, so we'll get onto that. Let's see, and the third point, sorry, I'll let you finish making your notes first. Animated people.
Sorry.
I think it is. When I was in my room upstairs, I could hear next door. Yeah, that's okay. They weren't throwing things around. I like living in the flat. Okay. The other thing is from day 2, and that was the whole question of soundness and the plan itself and the phasing and the Bakerloo line. I've got some thoughts about that. I don't want to issue a determination on soundness just yet. But I do think it's something that is not going to be a main concern. So there's no further action required from you on that one. Okay. The only other outstanding thing really is getting the mods schedule up to date, making sure that all the actions that we've agreed are all on the list. Yeah, so the two big ones are the impact equalities assessment and the communities policy. Other than that, I mean, the plan is not sound, as most plans are when they come to us, but it can be made sound, I think. Depends on the impact equalities assessment outcome. I don't think there's anything that's fatal to the plan. which is hopefully good news. Obviously, yeah, changes to be made based on the outcome of the hearings and the various representations that I've had both during and before the hearings. Thank you. Okay, so in terms of the communities policy, looking to do that in fairly short order, and how about the equalities impact assessment opinion?
Tim has been having, Mr. Cutts has been having a go at some drafting the communities policy, and I think we can probably circulate that Friday.
Okay.
The EQIA, I think we probably would just want to run that by our lawyers again, but we, yeah, I would imagine probably early next week.
Okay, yeah, good, thanks. Okay, I think the worst case scenario arising from those things are that I may need further written statements. I can't see it happening at this point, but yeah, the worst case scenario is that happens, or we need an extra hearing day at some point. But again, that's like a nuclear scenario almost. Okay, thanks. So my ultimate aim really is to work with you to provide, have that final schedule ready, because that's what we'll go through to the final consultation period, which I mentioned will be 6 weeks. There's nothing prescribed again, but it should reflect the Reg 19 consultation, is what it says in legislation, which generally is 6 weeks, because that's probably what you, I think it is 6 weeks, not Reg 19. The last one earlier this year, I think it was. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So, as I mentioned, and you've done additional and minor modifications separated out from the main mods. The main mods are the ones that are required for soundness. If you need a reminder of what, the 4 main points that feed into soundness, that can be found in the guidance note, not my guidance note, but the guide to local plans. My concern is solely with the main mods. Any additional modifications that you wish to make are solely up to you. When the final list comes through, the usual formatting standard is to have them in order that they appear in the plan, and to have 1 mod per policy. So if there's a number of different changes that need to be made in a policy, they can all be combined into 1 mod. So again, we'll consult with each other on that. Before it's published for consultation, I just need to ensure that it reflects my understanding of the discussions that we've had over the past week or so. Yeah, okay. So just for anyone listening online, I just want to stress that what happens, the points that I've outlined is a process of negotiation between myself and the council to ensure that any modifications are fit for purpose. Changes until the consultation are not necessarily going to be published on the website, but the council, as I've mentioned, will be considering it. The council will be considering whether it's necessary to inform interested parties, for example, to determine whether additional feedback is needed on the communities policy, perhaps. Also, if there are anything that comes out of that which isn't previously raised, then we may need to come out. And I think the disparity between the plan online and the actual thing today is one of those. As everybody will have a chance to comment on the main mods in the final consultation period, I don't think that anybody's interests will be prejudiced by the approach that we've agreed. Okay, it's up to the council how quickly it wishes to take forward the policy changes and preparation of the draft schedule. It's completely up to you. But I am going to share the times that I've got set aside. I have inquiries in my calendar all the way up to March now. That's how short of inspectors and large of work we are. So the week commencing the 6th of July, which is not next week, not the week after, but the week after that, I put aside speculatively to write a post-hearings letter to yourself. So I do know that I realise that it's a fair amount of work that needs to be done. Don't bust a gut getting it in, but if stuff's in, I've got that time to digest it and get a letter out to yourself. After that, allowing for sort of a period of consultation and a bit of elasticity on either side, I've got a couple of weeks at the end of September, in which I would hope to write a final report to you. But feel free to keep the lines of communication open via Rachel if you need to update me on what's happening, or indeed vice versa. Does that sound reasonable?
Yes, very, very reasonable.
Okay, good. Right. So I've noted that it should be a minimum of 6 weeks consultation. In carrying that out, I would ask for the council to explain the nature of the proposed main modifications, and also make it clear that comments should be solely addressed to the main modifications and their implications, rather than all parts of the local plan. The one exception to that is any additional comments that may come in as a result of the disparity between the versions published. And as I've mentioned, you also need to bear in mind the possible need for further impact assessment and any necessary amendments to the assessments, which would be consulted on alongside the main modifications. Additional modifications need not be the subject of consultation, although most councils do prefer to do that for completeness. If you decide to do that, then the distinction between additional modifications and major modifications should be clear, and as I mentioned, they should be in a separate schedule. I would ask that the council keeps me informed, as I mentioned, about the progress of the main modifications, particularly the date of consultation, as we circulate that internally as well. Following the main mods consultation, I will consider all representations made. I've mentioned that there's a possibility of further hearings or whatever. That will only come about if I consider it to be absolutely essential to deal with substantial issues raised in the representations or to ensure fairness. Any queries from anybody should be taken up with Rachel, who will remain engaged on the plan, like myself, until the final report is issued. So, any questions? Good, okay. Just making sure I've covered everything. Yes. That's right. Yes, that would be good if you, yeah. You're doing that, I see in the corner of my eye. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yes, yeah. I mentioned post-hearings letter from myself. It's not a formal part of the process, but just something that I think is necessary in this regard, because I'm asking for a new policy and because there's concerns about the impact assessment. Just setting out my initial thoughts on what's come to me and whether things can go forward to the main mods consultation. I don't think it's going to be a long letter. If you want examples of the sorts of things that are in a post-hearings letter, I did have a look at Lewisham's. Yeah, it's issues of soundness, which is what my job is basically. Okay, so moving away from the procedural stuff, I've pretty much finished. I'd like to thank everybody who's attended hearings over the last couple of weeks for their input. It's been really valuable. Thank you. I do want to thank yourselves for providing such a detailed AAP, the most detailed AAP I've ever seen. Certainly the longest, thank you. Possibly the longest in terms of consultation as well, but that's reflected in the lifetime's work almost. Yeah, but it's obvious the amount, the work that's gone into, and also, you know, the care as well, notwithstanding some of the issues that have been raised by the community. Everybody has their concerns, and as always in planning, it's a balancing act. But also thank you for your contributions to the examination, responding to my requests so timely and with such good grace. Thank you. Thank you to the venue, and also organising the venue, last week. And I'd like to particularly record my appreciation for the very efficient and helpful work that Rachel Jones has done as Program Officer. Good Program Officers are absolutely essential to the smooth running of an examination. It's not always that council-provided program or council-employed council officers, program officers can keep the division, but Rachel has been absolutely exemplary, thank you. And I'm sure both the council and everybody who's attended the hearings would join me in thanking you for your work throughout the examination thus far. So thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you during the hearings, but as I mentioned, we haven't necessarily finished yet. So, any final points?
Just to thank you for the spirit in which the inquiry has been conducted, which I think everybody who's attended has felt, you know, it's given an opportunity for everybody to air a view, and it's been conducted in a very civil and very good-humoured way. So we, from our side, certainly appreciate that. I'm guessing people who've appeared here would also appreciate that. So a big thank you from us as well.
Thank you very much. I do sometimes conduct proceedings a bit differently to other inspectors, but I haven't gotten in trouble for it yet, so. Great, okay. The hearing sessions are now closed. Thank you, everybody.